order this meeting of the Salt Lake City Planning Commission for tonight. Opening the meeting would be a report of the chair. The chair has nothing to report. Vice Chair? Do you have anything to report? Okay. Report of the director.
Thank you. A couple of things. Wanted to give an update on some actions from the City Council. Yesterday at their formal meeting, they approved 2 zoning amendments, map amendments that came before the Planning Commission recently. One was on Main Street in the Ballpark neighborhood, and the other was the proposal in the Upper Avenues submitted by Ivory Development, which was approved. So both those projects will be moving to the next phase. One of them will probably be a plan development that will come back before the Planning Commission. Just to keep you up to date on that. The other thing that I wanted to just kind of reiterate is that, as you know, we have the Planning Commission often has some pretty heated items, controversial items on their agenda, and I want to remind everybody that these are often very emotional and hard decisions to make, and that we should do everything we can to keep our comments, our questions, our communications, even our body language as respectful as we possibly can, so that this is a welcome and open environment for people to provide comments, even when they may be different than others in the room. The other thing that we're going to mix things up a little bit tonight. So we're going to start with staff presentations and then go immediately into presentations from the applicant. The idea behind that is to hopefully save all the questions from the commissioners until after both presentations, because oftentimes questions asked in between are answered by the following presentation, and sometimes those questions are best answered by applicants, and sometimes they're best answered by staff. So we want to try that to see if it helps improve our communication and maybe is more efficient use of everybody's time. So please, let's try to follow that, and we'll see how it goes. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Then we move on to, this is the 10-minute moment for any issues that planning commissioners want to raise. Does anybody have anything on their mind?
Can I ask about field trips again?
Yes, you may. Does Nick have an answer?
I think so, yeah. So right now we are not planning on instigating starting field trips again. Primarily, the main reason is that prior to the pandemic and everything, we were getting very low attendance, where we'd maybe only have two or three commissioners, and we didn't feel that that was a very useful allocation of our time to do that. We're obviously open to having more communication about that. If there's interest in doing that, we can try to figure that out and go from there. But until and unless there's interest from the majority of the commission to do that, we aren't planning on rescheduling those or adding those back to the agenda.
Did those were those at 5 o'clock on meeting nights?
So they start at 4.
4.
Yeah. And so one thing that was happening is people, obviously, all the commissioners have things that are going on in their lives besides being planning commissioners. And so it was becoming harder and harder for people to, I think, join those consistently. And that was one of the reasons why we had such low attendance.
Okay. I heard they were really good. So I'd like to try to do them, but it's one person.
Maybe you need to lobby your other commissioners.
I think I was one of the other 2 or 3 that usually went, so I found value in them and definitely would like to see them up again.
Nick, do you have a number that becomes a critical mass?
I ended up doing all my own field trips now, which is not handy.
Oh, we'll keep that in the mix, and when we get more feedback.
Yeah, I think if each commissioner wants to let us know if, the likelihood of them actually being able to attend those and whether or not we want to do that, we can have that decision and that discussion based on how many people want to do it or aren't interested in doing it. And we may be able to look and see if there's other avenues that maybe we mix up in our presentation so that we're providing more of a realistic overview of the surrounding area.
I guess if there was, 3 or 4 a year for particularly large projects or particularly that we think are particularly pivotal for a neighborhood, the Rocky Mountain Power facility, for example, where it's sort of, that sort of like pivotal project, I think I could probably make some time and that'd be interesting. I think a conditional use ADU might not make it on my schedule. So, and what time of day would the field trips be?
They start at 4,
Yeah.
which for some people is a challenge with work obligations.
Yeah, maybe we could, I don't know how frequently they were before, but if we could sort of coordinate on like bigger ones and a certain number per year that, I don't know, staff know which are sort of like bigger issues that maybe that would be useful.
Okay, well, we'll keep that like in the pot and see how it comes out. Anyone have anything else? No, so we'll move to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion for that, please?
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mike and a second by Brenda. Amy with a Y?
I had to think about how my name was spelled. That's me. I vote yes.
Amy with 2 E's.
I want to vote yes on it, except for, are we doing the minutes included in that consent agenda?
That's included in
So
it.
I was not there on December 9th, but I read them and I watched the meeting and they seem okay, so
Oh,
I'm going to say yes.
Okay. Mike?
Yes.
Andra?
Yes.
Andreas?
I'll vote yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
And John?
I'll have to abstain. I wasn't at the meetings.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The chair votes yes. 8 in favor and 1 abstention. So we passed the consent agenda. And we'll move on to the public hearings. Okay, Chrissy's back with the North Point plan, which is case number PLC 2022-00687.
Finding it on here. Okay, hopefully that's close enough this time with all these wires. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to focus the presentation tonight on direction received from the Planning Commission at the last meeting we had with you on October 26th, and then updates to the plan since that meeting and public input. So when we last met, the Planning Commission gave direction in their motion to allow additional time for public input, and then also to review the wetland buffers and vegetation and look at potentially modifying those buffer widths. Additionally, the Planning Commission discussed and mentioned concern about changes to the M1 zone that would be citywide, and if that was appropriate. That wasn't in the motion, but it was part of the discussion, and so we incorporated changes on that as well. So as far as updates to the plan, one of the most significant updates to the draft plan is that it now recommends a North Point specific development code. The discussion at the last meeting led staff to reflect on that conversation that some of the changes might not be appropriate for the entire M1 zone, and we really hadn't looked into that close enough to know, and that a North Point specific development code really is the intent for the area, and that should be the preferred path forward. So the new North Point specific development code would include adopting the design standards from Chapter 2 of the document, and it also includes incentive-based tools for preserving open space, and a few things like would be increasing the maximum building length along a street along 2200 West for increased open space. So looking into things like that would allow some flexibility and incentives to preserve open space. It also includes a vision for primarily manufacturing uses and limiting distribution uses in the project area. This is a new addition to the plan and really came from direction from the community and the city council that the vision for the area is not to be just a large logistics or distribution center. And that if the area does transition away from agriculture, it should be for the highest quality jobs and uses that are least impactful to residents. So the next update to the plan, and this one's also significant, or one of the more significant ones since we last met with you, was during the Planning Commission meeting on October 26th, there was concern that the wetland buffers might be too large or potentially they could be modified if there is increased vegetation. So planning staff did additional research on those wetland buffers and met with Salt Lake City Department of Public Utilities. We found that the appropriate buffer width really depends on the goal of the buffer and the function of that buffer, of that wetland buffer. And if the goal is wildlife habitat, then an ecological preservation, then the larger the buffer, the better. My research showed, and you can see some of these in your staff report too, that anywhere from 300 feet to down to 100 or so, but definitely the larger the buffer, the better for wildlife preservation. However, I did find in the research that there are opportunities for reduced buffer width, just depending on that function. And when I brought this to Salt Lake Public Utilities, we reviewed example ordinances from other places and found that setting up a framework to allow some flexibility. So flexibility in those buffers was the best path forward. So the new draft plan sets up a priority wetland areas, and these would need to be identified during the zoning. And it also sets up a framework to look into flexibility in those buffer widths in exchange for mitigation, like revegetation, things that in other cities were dark sky lighting, things like that. But we would need to look into those specifics a little bit more in the zoning. I did want to note that there are currently no wetland buffers in our city code. I know this was a question at the last meeting that wasn't answered. And the small area plan is a guide, so it is setting up that framework for us, and then these specific details will need to be worked out when the zoning is updated. Other changes include that the wetlands were better defined in the draft plan to include both jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional wetlands. And really jurisdictional wetlands are those wetlands under the Army Corps authority, and then this is simplifying it, but non-jurisdictional are everything else that meet that definition in the plan. So finally, there are other updates. I'm not going to cover every single one, but these are the main ones that we also added language to the evaluate the feasibility of acquiring sensitive lands action item to state that the Jordan River should be a high priority for preservation. This action item is set up to look at that toolkit in Chapter 4, which includes things like conservation easements, purchase of development rights, transfer of development rights. And so just adding in that the Jordan River should be one of those priority areas to help direct the City Council. And based on public input from the most recent draft that was released, and you can see those comments in your staff report, it was also clear that adding just a mention of the land adjacent to 3200 West should also be included in that statement. So planning staff does recommend adding that in. And then we also revised the setback and buffer table for clarity. And this was primarily to really work on the language to make it read less like a development code and more like a guiding document. So it provides that clarity that this is the framework. These specific details will be worked out in the zoning. And then based on our conversations last time, there was a concern brought up about the conditional uses that were brought up in the last draft that said to review the M1 zone and modify the list of conditional and permitted uses. Based on your direction, we took that out. We feel like that was covered in additional action items already in the plan, so that was removed. So as far as public input and key considerations, these are all covered in more detail in your staff report, but I'll just touch on these here. So we've heard concern that the plan proposes a transition from agriculture to light industrial. And I think it's pretty clear that there's not really a clear consensus on this. We have a lot of public comments in support of that and a lot against that vision. The draft plan, staff attempted to set up the draft plan to paint a realistic picture for the future. Some public comments talked about why can't this area be residential? And as you noticed in your staff report, after conversations with the airport, they helped clarify that when the future airport master plan is built out, so right now it doesn't seem like there's a big impact from those flights, but as their master plan is built out, it will. They do foresee quite a bit more impact from flights on the North Point area, specifically that they'd be flying lower over the area. So that's one of the reasons residential is not appropriate. And then additionally, the already approved Swanner Skinnell subdivision will be changing the character of the area. So when staff did our review, we also looked at an economic analysis, the location of the site, which is adjacent to the freeway as well as the airport, and if it's not appropriate for residential, we felt like light manufacturing industrial was the next logical step on the vision of land uses. So the transition area adjacent to the Jordan River, this was also a concern that was brought up, and we discussed this last time about the issue of economic takings, and that staff did not feel comfortable designating entire portions of private property as open space, and that the draft plan attempts to preserve open space through other means, such as buffers, and like I talked about before, potentially allowing flexibility, like allowing additional building length along 2200 West in exchange for more open space. So we are hoping to get to the vision of getting open space through other tools besides designating properties as fully open space. And then this vision to limit distribution uses that I talked about a moment ago, you'll see some comments in your staff report on that as well. Like I mentioned before, this goes back to the vision that this area, the vision from the community and the city council, that this area should not just be a manufacturing and logistical or distribution hub. And then the maximum street frontage, there is also concern with this in a few of our public comments. We do not recommend removing this. We put this in because we think it will help prevent that from happening, prevent a large distribution, just this area becoming a large distribution hub, and that it will also encourage a variety of building types, and then also be better for the visual appearance of the area. And then wetland buffers. This really goes two ways. I think you'll notice in the comments that it's kind of 50-50 almost. We see the comments that the wetland buffers are too large, some that they are overly restrictive. We feel that the draft plan proposed to you, it attempts to strike a balance between those comments, and when meeting with Salt Lake City's Department of Public Utilities, they agree that this, while 200 feet might be aggressive in some cities, the proximity to the Great Salt Lake makes that a buffer worth including, and they supported that 200-foot buffer. So as far as public input, we met with the West Point Community Council in November following our October meeting. And then after that meeting, we released this draft plan that's before you today. The West Point Community Council did submit a letter that's in your packet, and then they submitted an additional letter that was in your Dropbox account for you to consider. And then with that, very short, but I know you have a busy meeting ahead of you, so that concludes my presentation. Yes. It's just me, and I missed this slide, but we're recommending that you forward a positive recommendation. Mm-hmm.
Thanks so much. This is a super complicated issue, and I spent a lot of time on it with your very detailed staff report, and I'm sure I missed many things in there because it was 211 pages, but thanks for all the detail. On the non-jurisdictional wetlands, is there a lot of precedence of other cities protecting non-jurisdictional wetlands with buffers? That is pretty common in other cities?
I think, yeah, from my research it is, and
Okay.
from discussions with public utilities, it wasn't unusual.
Okay, and how do they usually delineate non-jurisdictional wetlands?
Yeah, so the same process we would need to, and this would probably be on Salt Lake City's side, where we would hire a consultant to help us do some additional research and do on-site investigation. So when we update the zoning, we would produce a map to go along with that.
Okay, and the only difference is it does not get certified by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineer, unlike jurisdictional.
From my understanding, I'm definitely not a wetland expert though.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else right at this moment? Okay, we will open the public hearing on this item. Is there a representative of the community council? Dorothy, are you the representative for the community council? So when it's your turn to speak, you'll have to come up to this microphone over here. The community council gets 5 minutes and everyone else gets 2. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Okay, then my name is Dorothy Owen, and I am the chair of the West Point Community Council. We submitted a letter to the Planning Commission, and before I start my comments, did everybody receive that? Okay, so I don't have to repeat all of that. Okay, so you have difficult decisions, and our decisions can make a lot of difference, but it's rare that when you meet and make a recommendation like you are today, that you are making a decision about the soul of an entire community. You know, what we're talking about is not just some minor things. We are talking about destroying between 30 and 40 homes and replacing them with a continuation of the Inland Port Warehouse Industrial District. It's a big decision, but the good part about it is it's really clear what your choice is. And we're here to say that thriving in place talks about the importance of not dislocating people. The master plans of the city talk about the importance of this area. And I think we've gone on at great length about it in our comments. The city's sustainability department submitted comments which were also supportive of the residents. So rather than having the board go on with their comments, the residents have put together a petition and a proposal. And we were looking for several proposals from the plan. That didn't happen. We think it's not too late to have other options be considered. And so we are going to turn over the rest of our time to the residents for them to talk about the other options that should be considered. And we ask that you table any further action on this particular plan until those comments are fully considered. So with that, I'm going to introduce Chris Souther, who is a former member of the board, but also a resident of the area, and he can go and explain. You probably should tell them your background.
Yeah, so I have lived
Please state your name for the record.
Souther. I have lived on 2200 West for the last decade. I have seen many of plans come and go for all the various large swatches of land out there. And it has become very evident that there is a reason why this area of Salt Lake City is the last bit of land to see big developments like this. And if you step back and actually look at the reasons why, it's because it's very expensive and it's very difficult, and it is surrounded by many things that don't exist elsewhere in the city. It's surrounded by sensitive ecological systems. It has existing uses with families and houses scattered throughout it, and it has environmental issues. It has a huge high water table there that's very difficult to deal with when you're developing large properties, which is why it's the last, right? We're scrambling to get the last bit of development in Salt Lake City, and this is the last kind of stand. When this first proposal came through, we were excited. We put in the hands, we actually promoted to do this update to the small master plan for this area because we were sick of developers coming and trying to rezone bits and pieces of it, and 2200 West was turning into a big cluster bouncing back and forth between city, county, other counties, other cities. And as it was getting developed, it was an extremely dangerous situation because no one was taking responsibility of 2200 West in its entirety and developing it all as a whole. So that was the community's hope, was that the city would come in and develop a plan that resembled the best use based off of the existing uses so that it could come together and develop appropriately. And the plan came out and it wasn't that. It was immediately, everything's going commercial, the residences will be gone, this is just going to be, and I quote from Dr. Lewitt Garrett's assessment, which he released in the Build Salt Lake November 11th, 2022, is that the proposed plan, if implemented, will result in an inherently unsustainable and unwalkable land use, a warehouse and trucking ghetto. And I don't know if that's exactly.
Thank you. That's your time. The next person up is Gail Jensen, and then after her is Heidi Hoven. So maybe you can kind of line up.
Hi, I am Gail Jensen. I live directly on 2200 West. And I'd like to submit a few comments regarding what Chris has said about the area. It is wetlands. It's got a high water content. Many of the residents have lived on that road for their whole lives, which some of them are old, 60 years. Our community has been berated by several developers. This all started with David Tolman. What they came in and said is we do not have amenities. We all have power, gas, internet, fire protection, to my knowledge. We don't need any other amenities. The community was built when sewer systems were not available in a rural area, which I can assure that the majority of septic tanks were installed by professional contractors. Utah law has very stringent laws on how they're installed. The United States currently has 20% of its population on septic tanks that people have homes and vacation homes in rural areas. These developers and real estate agents have come to our homes and said, you don't have amenities, you don't have sewer. As far as I can tell, we have sewer. Okay, Salt Lake City is a desert, and I can understand their misconception of sewer systems if we lived in Florida and had Florida's water content. Septic tanks require minimal infrastructure and makes independent living possible in rural areas. Public sewer systems now, especially in the state of Utah, are overflowing. That's where we're getting all the algae blooms in the lakes. Wherever you live, whether you're on a septic tank or public sewer, you're going to have maintenance issues. Is my time up?
Your time's up. Thank you.
Darn it, I had some good stuff.
Okay, Heidi Hoven.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Heidi Hoven. I'm currently employed by Audubon Rockies, a regional office of National Audubon Society, and based at the Gilmore Sanctuary on the south shore of Great Salt Lake. I'm a wetland ecologist specializing in environmental stressors, wetland condition assessment, and avian habitat preservation and restoration, and serve on the steering committee for the North Point Small Area Plan update. Great Salt Lake and its wetlands are unique to this region and are a designated site of Western Hemispheric Shorebird Reserve Network. Many of the wetlands of Farmington Bay and the South Shore are designated migratory bird production areas by the Utah legislature, including the Ruddy Duck Club, which is immediately adjacent to the plan area. All bays of the Great Salt Lake are recognized as globally important bird areas by BirdLife International and National Audubon Society. However, we are in the midst of a historic ecological crisis for Great Salt Lake and the wildlife that depend on it with the ongoing drought. The standing pool that remains is becoming more and more saline, threatening an ecological collapse. Now more than ever, managed and other wetlands around the lake are becoming increasingly important, particularly for migratory birds of the Western Hemisphere. My comment submitted December 2nd focus on the need for special consideration of wetlands associated with the lake and water that is critically important for its future. They provide details that what buffers provide and what they are so important for in the planned area and its adjacent wetlands. I invite you to refer to them. In summary, the plan update falls far too short in protecting these wetlands and habitats and enables too much flexibility in its language, enabling reduction of buffers and wetlands and sensitive areas. The plan should be more protective of the ecological integrity of the plan area and include continuity with other plans that provide appropriate buffers to Great Salt Lake wetlands and the Jordan River, such as the Northwest Quadrant Master Plan and the Blue Point River, Jordan River. I hope that the Planning Commission considers these serious concerns for important sensitive areas adjacent to and part of the North Point, Small Point area. I thought my participation as steering committee member was an opportunity to bring awareness to the need and treat the Great Salt Lake
thank you,
wetlands
Heidi.
and wildlife more delicately. Thank you.
Very, very close on that. Alma Mendoza up next, and then Cindy Cromer.
And members of the public, can you really speak into that microphone? It's just get right in there so we can pick it up and hear you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alma Mendoza. I am a resident at 2240 West, 3130 North. I ask that the Planning Commission remove the 200-foot buffer from wetlands as it directly affects the value of my property and its developable potential. Other than that, I ask you for consideration and approve the North Point Small Area Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy?
Okay, yell at me if you can't hear me, because
I can hear you.
I haven't been able to hear other people. So first of all, thank you for tabling the proposal at your hearing in October. The delay has been useful. Secondly, you have the authority to address the absurdity of a road being designated as paved when it isn't paved and the property owner doesn't want it paved. You have that authority, I believe. It's ridiculous. You have the authority to address the issue of bird strikes, which typically result in the death of birds. You can accomplish this through design guidelines. You can initiate zoning changes suggested in the plan, and they will happen faster than if a member of the city council initiated them. Petitions initiated by the city council go to the bottom of the pile, and as you know, it's a very big pile right now. Thirdly, small area plans can provide a terrific tool. I have worked on more small area plans than anyone because they are concentrated in East Central and Central City. Unfortunately, the city does not use them anymore unless required to, as in this case where the city council initiated the petition. Here's what I found about small area plans. When the plan addresses clearly identified land use conflicts with some success, the plans can be very useful. Success is often related to the speed of implementation, and other issues within the plan boundaries are anticipated and receive attention. So articulate, implement, and anticipate. The key point relevant to the North Point Small Area Plan, and there shouldn't be an E at the end of North Point, I just realized that, is the speed of implementation. If you wait for the City Council to act on zoning, this was a waste of time. If the mayor acts quickly, that could work. But you could act. You have the authority. Please use it. If you don't, my experience with other small area plans suggests that this effort will be a waste of time and resources.
Thank you, Cindy. Next up is Laval Dreschel. Did you want to speak or do you want me to read your comment? Okay. Says this is the comment from Laval Dreschel. We would like to make sure that there is a 65-foot buffer around the existing homes from the M1. We also would like to make sure that the existing small businesses will be able to remain if it's annexed. Thank you. Eric Orm. And then following him will be James Carolyn.
My name is Eric Orm, address 3215 North, 2200 West, and I've also served on the steering committee for the small area plan. I want to express my general support of the small area plan with 2 recommendations to the commission. First, recommending removal of the wetland buffer. I wrote the Planning Commission a letter going into more detail on the problems with the wetland buffers and questions that are still left unanswered. The main concern with the wetland buffers is that the lack of science-based objectives that the buffers would actually achieve. The vast majority, roughly 93% of the bordering property to potential wetland areas in the draft has already received entitlements without any buffers. This results in wetland buffers only being targeted at 5 smaller private property owners. We have had science-based wetland studies done on our properties and recommendation letters written to the city from professional wetland scientists. The designated wetland characteristics are not well defined and buffer widths are excessive. Ultimately, any goal in relation to designated wetlands as outlined in the small area plan would not be achieved and will likely only result in a regulatory taking of property targeted at just 5 smaller private property owners. Second, recommending inclusion of distribution as a permitted use in the North Point Specific Development Code. Restricting distribution as a permitted use in the North Point Specific Development Code would disincentivize annexation into Salt Lake City of those property owners in unincorporated Salt Lake County. On page 33 of the draft, it includes an edit to modify a list of the permitted and conditional M1 uses for this area in order to promote manufacturing and office uses and limit distribution-focused uses. While distribution uses continue to show robust current and future demand, office space has experienced large vacancies due to market shifting to remote work models. This area would face challenges to attract office space users in this area due to its distance from a city center and lack of amenities. Additional distribution development is desperately needed and sought after. Thank you.
That's your time.
Thanks.
Thank you. James Carolyn and then Phil Eilers will be up next.
Hello, and thank you all for being here this evening. My name is James Carlin, and I am one of 3 owners of OCC Industrial. I support the North Point Small Area Plan, but would strongly advise there be no restrictions on distribution uses. I want to thank the city planners as well as all the landowners who have come here to support the plan, and I hope this gets approved this evening. Chrissy has alluded to before that there's been significant developer interest in this area, which I can speak to firsthand, as my firm has been under contract to purchase 12 acres of land in this area with the intent to develop an industrial building. The North Point Small Area has generated significant development interest because it is the last remaining area surrounding the airport in a market that is critically undersupplied. The current industrial vacancy rate for all of Salt Lake City is historically low at 3%, and rental rates have increased over 37% in the past 24 months. 37%. The lack of available space is directly impacting small business owners who need to expand. Because of the dramatic increase in rental rates, many of these business owners are now considering if they can afford to do business in Salt Lake City. The North Point Small Area Plan will generate more industrial space, which will alleviate rising rental rate pressure. Additionally, over 91% of current tenant demand is for warehouse and distribution space, not manufacturing. I recommend approving the North Point Small Area Plan, but would advise there be no restriction on distribution uses, as it would significantly reduce the economic growth of the area and would do little to address the issues small business owners are facing. Thank you all again, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Philip Eilers, and then Chris Jenkins is up next.
Good evening, I'm Philip Eilers, working as an industrial broker for Cushman & Wakefield. I also encourage an industrial zone in this area and second James's opinion that it should be not a restrictive industrial zone. It should be open to all industrial uses, for the reason being that a vast majority of the tenants in this valley are distribution oriented. When I mean vast, I mean 80% of all tenants in this valley focus on distribution versus manufacturing. Therefore, I recommend that the zone be open to all tenants as an M1 zone in the North Point area. The other item I wanted to point out is that Salt Lake remains short of industrial space, so this area would be a huge benefit to the city in terms of the tax basis as well, especially since the North Point area doesn't fall under the inland port overlay zone, so it'll be a huge opportunity for the city to increase the tax basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chris Jenkins, and then Holly Price Banford would be up next.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. My kids can't, so I was just wondering. My name is Chris Jenkins, and I'm a residential real estate agent, and I helped a client purchase a property there at 2722 North, 2200 West some time ago. And the plan was to build a home there. And we were pretty excited about it. But as things have developed there, with Swanner Group being approved, with Inland Port, advent of these things, it doesn't make sense anymore to do that. And I recommend that the changing the zoning to the M1 would be very beneficial to, well, obviously us, but pretty much for the city, the community, and makes more sense and more use, better use for the land. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Holly is up next, and then Gary Banford. State your name for the record.
My name's Holly Price Bamford. That was my realtor, so thanks, Chris. We own property in North Point, and we were very excited to find this property. It's 4 acres. We were going to build our dream home, and as we drove through North Point, we just fell in love with it. And just things changed over the last 2 years. It is located in the North Point Small Area. I recommend the Planning Commission approve the North Point Small Area Plan with no limitations on distribution uses. And so what happened with us is just things happened and we weren't able to build. And then all these industrial buildings were coming in across the street from us, and just took the opportunity to use this as a kind of a stepping stone to buy a house, buy our dream house instead of build it. And thank you for your time, and please approve the North Point Small Area Plan.
Thank you. Gary Banford is next, and then Brad Auger.
Hello, I'm Gary Banford. I appreciate your guys' time in considering this. I do suggest that you approve the planning of the North Point Small Area Plan as well. Like Holly was saying, we purchased that property hoping to have a dream home there, and over time things have changed. And I see the benefit here where we can actually use those resources now to actually get a new dream and to find a different place to have our dream home. And I think that if we, there's the 5 properties to the north of Swainer right there. I also think that, to consider that wetlands there for them, because I'd like them to be able to use the resources to also use to get them a new dream and to utilize that in a manner that's beneficial to them as well. So I do suggest that you approve that, and I appreciate your time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And then John, just one second. John Schreck will be next. So you're Brad?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
My name's Brad Auger. I'm a 20-year resident landowner out there on 2670 North. I have about 7 acres of land, and I have it's a small home, dilapidated, like many of the homes that are out there. It's served its purpose for its my my daughter wanted to build on our property, to build a home, and the city denied residential development a few years ago for that. And so at my age, I'd like the best opportunity to maximize my home investment now at this point. Looks like, you know, my land is in the path of progress, and I don't feel bad about that. I think that the airport, if you've flown around, all major airports have lots of industrial around it to support it. And I think that's probably the best use for this property going forward. Having spent my time out there, I see, you know, selling to industrial developers is our best opportunity at my time to retire. And I hope that the city will give us the freedom to choose the path of whatever commercial development there is to support all needs that we have. So I recommend that the Planning Commission approve this North Point Small Area Plan with no limitations on distribution uses, and hopefully we can get that done. Thank you.
Thank you. John Schreck, and then Carson Kronk.
Thank you. My name is John Schreck. I represent one of the landowners who was unable to be here tonight. But I am a commercial real estate broker, but I'm also a resident of Salt Lake City. First, I want to thank Chrissy and the rest of the planning department for all of their efforts regarding the North Point Small Area Plan. I've been to most of the public hearings regarding this project, and I see the concept of like the transitional housing zone being applied in a great way to accommodate all the residents of the North Point Small Area. I have one item that I want to present to you, the Commission, regarding the North Point Small Area Plan that I'd love for you to consider in this process. As a resident of Salt Lake City, environmental sustainability is very important to all of us, especially water sustainability. And I see the city is taking the water sustainability very seriously. But what might surprise you, Utah State University conducted a study which shows that 87% of Utah's water goes towards agricultural uses. 87%. 4% of the water in Utah goes to industry. If you were to drive out and look at the North Point Small Area, the only agriculture, besides people having their own horses, livestock, a corn maze, is growing alfalfa, which is hay for feeding livestock. According to a recent Salt Lake Tribune article, alfalfa alone accounts for 68% of the agricultural water used today. 68%. Industry consumes 4% of that water, and that's an opportunity for sustainability. Therefore, members of the Planning Commission, I ask you to recommend to the City Council to pass the North Point Small Area Plan with no additional requirements on distribution uses. Now, why? Because 35% of the industrial uses are manufacturing. The rest is industrial related. Thank you.
Thank you. Carson Kronk, and then Megan O'Brien.
Hi, my name is Carson Kronk. I'm a resident of Salt Lake City. I am also a commercial real estate broker, and I represent multiple families within the North Point Small Area Plan. First, I would like to thank Chrissy and her team. It's been a long process, and just all the time and energy spent on this has been really important and impressive. Thus far, over the last year, I have been to every community meeting that has been open to the public, and I've spoken with many residents from approximately 2511 North up to 3200 North along 2200 West. And although there has been some vocal opposition to this plan, there are many people, many people within this neighborhood who own the majority of the land who have not spoken up and are in support of the North Point Small Area Plan. A consistent concern that I have heard from the residents is that they would like to move forward with a plan so that they can properly consider what their future opportunities will be in this neighborhood. Please make a recommendation tonight to the City Council to approve the North Point Small Area Plan without any limitations to property uses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Megan Orion, you're next, and then Kathy Larkin is next. We don't allow, that's not, sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Megan O'Brien, and I'm a co-founder of OCC Industrial, which currently has 12 acres of agricultural zone land under contract for purchase within the North Point Small Area. I'm here tonight to document my support for the North Point Small Area Plan, and specifically this area's transition to industrial use. I've been working with numerous landowners in the area for about a year now, and one thing is abundantly clear. The majority of the landowners in this area do support this area transitioning to industrial. How do I know this? Well, what I know. The North Point Small Area Plan is 1,345 acres. 25% of that land is publicly owned land, primarily the airport, meaning the city. The other 75% of the area is privately owned. The privately owned land, 57% of the land is already zoned industrial. That leaves 43% of remaining land to be agricultural. And if you look specifically at that agricultural zone land, 50% of the landowners have signed a petition in support of the plan or have signed an annexation application requesting an industrial rezone. So what does that mean? When you put all of that together, 84% of the landowners in this area support this plan and the industrial use. Please provide City Council a recommendation for approval of the North Point Small Area Plan with no limitation to distribution uses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I see here Kathy Larkin just wanted me to read her comment. I'm in favor of the North Point Small Area Plan. Then after that is James Larkin. And then after that would be Soren Simonson.
Hi, my name's James Larkin. I have 10 acres in the North Point Small Area Plan area. I'm at 2828 North, 2200 West.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Been there for about 9 years now. As we bought that land, we kind of anticipated this kind of growth in the area, so I'm happy to see it coming, and seems to make a lot of sense to me with Inland Port, the Swanner property, and the other developments around. That just makes a lot of sense that that's the way I think it should go. So I want to vote for the M1 and have that support from the City Council, and that's what I think we should do. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. And Soren Simonson?
All right, I thought there was one more in between. I'm Soren Simonson, the Executive Director of the Jordan River Commission. I'm here in my official capacity. I appreciate all of the work that's gone into this plan, the community, the planners, the public, and so many others. I just have one very specific comment to make in my official capacity, and that is, as you consider and forward any recommendation to the City Council, we would ask as a commission that you resume the 300-foot minimum buffer from the Jordan River. That is a broadly accepted best practice and guideline, not only accepted by this community, reinforced by the recent bond election, which was supported by 70% of the community to restore and revitalize the Jordan River. And this is a really important way that we do that, by creating unfractured habitat, even as areas may develop around it. So I would strongly encourage you to include that buffer from the Jordan River, along with other considerations that take into effect the really significant environmental sensitivity of this area. Thank you.
Thank you. That was, Soren's was the last card that I have. Is there anyone else in attendance that wishes to speak on? You can. So you can go up to the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Madam Chair, while she's coming up, we may have some people out in the hall as well, so we might want to give another announcement.
Okay.
We'll check on that.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Nicole Solt.
Speak into the microphone.
Hi, my name is Nicole Solt. I'm an actual resident of the North Point. I live off of 2610, 2200 West. I find it, I was kind of giggling over there because I was listening to all the people that are for this plan. They're not residents. And how many of these real estate representatives, like all of them said they're representing multiple. If you look over the whole plan, there really aren't that many landowners. Like they said, there are a few. They own hundreds of acres. So everybody that's actually for the plan is for development. They want to limit the buffers to gain financial gain because there's more industrial buildings to build. They have no regard for agriculture. They have no regard for the wetlands. In my backyard today, it was beautiful. I had a whole herd of deer and the geese and the wildlife, and I get so sick when I go to the east and I see these signs that say, "Save Wild Utah." By pushing for limiting the buffers, you are destroying wild Utah. You're not promoting agriculture. You're destroying land. The migratory, I see those signs that say, "Watch your lights, preserve flight." Like, there's a reason why. I mean, I even see a sign that says, "Save our Great Salt Lake." I mean, we're a city that's building large industrial buildings within our ecosystem of the Salt Lake. So the people for it they're not even part of our community.
Thank you. Jason Hurd.
Hi, my name's Jason Head. I'm here representing Dave Tolman, who does own 126 acres in the North Point Small Area Plan. And I'm also here representing Dakota Pacific Real Estate, who controls another 10 acres. We're here to express our support for the Small Area Plan amendment, but only on the conditions that limits on distribution uses be removed and maximum building frontage be removed, and as it mostly impacts Dave Tolman's land, limits on setbacks be significantly reconsidered. I know you've seen in your packet two very detailed reports by two different widely respected environmental scientists who call into questions the methodology and criteria for these setbacks. I think that requires a lot more scrutiny. The 200 or 300 foot setback off of the Jordan River would essentially condemn about 50 acres of private land. Now, what are the benefits to the city? Millions of dollars of tax revenue. That currently does not exist for the city because a lot of the land that we're supporting is currently in the county. If you keep these limits on industrial development, it will significantly disincentivize annexation into the city, and it will decimate property values out there. It will reduce the amounts of water diverted from the Great Salt Lake. As John pointed out, industrial uses use much less water than alfalfa farming. It will appeal to a wide variety of industrial employers, manufacturers, distributors, incubators. It will improve utility and road infrastructure, not only for immediate development, but for future economic development in the area. It's synergistic with the airport, and it will not incrementally create significant disruption. Skanel is going to develop 6 million square feet. It can already do that. That's the buffer.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Sir, you can go up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Paxton Guyman. I'm a real estate land use attorney.
I represent Excel Development, which is owned by Dave Tolman and others. They own 126 acres in the North Point area. It's a significant land holding. We are not opposed to manufacturing uses. What we are opposed is restricting that entire area to manufacturing uses. Distribution and fulfillment are in very high demand right now. Let's let the market dictate what the uses are. Right now, we've been in negotiations with Dakota Pacific, one of the preeminent commercial and industrial developers in the Western United States. If you adopt the small area plan, restricting this to manufacturing and not allowing distribution and fulfillment, that deal dies. There is not enough market demand to limit this solely to manufacturing. We would strongly encourage you to remove those limitations, let the market work the way it should. Let the market dictate the uses, which include a lot more than just manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? State your name for the record.
And I'm a resident out there, and I was born and raised out there 63
Can you get a little
years.
closer to the microphone?
Closer?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then state your name again, please. I didn't.
Patty
catch it.
Jensen, residence out there for, I've been out there 63 years, born and raised. My only thing is you can have both worlds here, but keep the buffers, and that'll help the residential. The M1, a lot of the property owners want to sell to M1. They can make more money. We're talking in the millions. You know, I'm for either way, but I really would ask you to keep the buffers, and I think it can be worked out between the developers and the residents out there.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we did get a request from apparently a group of residents have a petition that they'd like to introduce to the Planning Commission, and they're requesting the ability to introduce that. The person who's going to do it has already spoken, but we said that we would give you the opportunity to decide whether or not to let them verbally introduce that.
So is this petition something that you've got a copy for everybody, or?
So that it sounds like that should already be in your
Should have been.
Dropbox.
That should have been.
Yeah, there is a copy
Edited?
in your Dropbox that's not signed, but a copy of the unsigned petition
Of
is
the
in your
unsigned petition?
Dropbox.
So this would be the signed. This would be the signed petition.
Microphone, please. Can you get to the
That you have to be next to the microphone because it all has to be on the record. But I hear what you're saying, but you weren't clear about that.
Well, I called ahead of time.
That I didn't know about it.
I know you did.
So okay, so in this case, we will let you. I'll give you another minute to introduce that petition, and then it will be in the Dropbox for our review. The signed petition.
My community. This is me myself. This is
And
the community's time.
introduce yourself again.
I am Chris Souther, a resident of 2200 West. A petition was circulated by the community council around 2200 West residents, and you will see there are dozens of signatures on that from residents that do oppose going to an industrial zoning. And the petition, in short, states this: that the west side of 2200 West can maintain its business park development zoning, while the east side of 2200 West keeps its current ag zoning and allows future residential/agriculture uses for low-density residential developments. And that is the gist of what that proposal is. And I don't know where all these statistics from majority of landowners want to go industrial, because I have actual signatures that state otherwise, and you guys will be able to see that when you get the document.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there any other loose ends on this? Okay, I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the Planning Commission.
Sorry.
Oh, there is one email, I guess, that came
Oh,
in.
sorry, I keep forgetting about the emails. Okay, we'll reopen the public hearing for the email.
Thank you, Chrissy. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the North Point Small Area Plan. The following provides personal background and then general and specific comments. From 1991 to 2016, I worked for the National Audubon Society, first as Utah Wetlands Coordinator and then as Utah Important Bird Areas Coordinator. Much of my time was focused on the Great Salt Lake, including working with Ella Sorensen regarding the Gilmore Sanctuary as well as the wetlands on the south shore of the Great Salt Lake. I've been a resident of Salt Lake City since 1978. Some of my first meetings I attended when starting with National Audubon in the early 1990s were about the Northwest Quadrant Plan. Some of the last meetings I attended in 2016 were related to the completion of the Northwest Quadrant Plan. It can take a long time to complete a plan. One of the major components addressed in the Northwest Quadrant Plan was developing the natural areas. These natural areas provide a buffer for the wetlands of the Great Salt Lake, including the areas owned and managed by Kennecott Copper, the Inland Sea Shorebird Reserve, National Audubon Society, Gilmore Sanctuary, and the Duck Clubs. Numerous meetings were held between landowners who wanted to develop and landowners who wanted to preserve the wildlife values before an agreement was reached regarding the natural areas. The value of the natural areas in or adjacent to the North Point Small Area Plan is very high. Often when I asked about the major issues regarding the Great Salt Lake, my response was and still is water quantity, water quality, and preserving wetland and upland buffers for the Great Salt Lake. The North Point Small Area Plan has similarities to the Northwest Quadrant Plan. One of them is the development is proposed right next to the wetland and upland areas that are managed for wildlife. Every attempt should be made to become familiar with and supportive of these wetland and upland buffers. 1, I support the West Point Board statement on the proposed North Point Small Area Plan. In particular, I support their statement in the letter dated January 11th, 2022, that the Planning Commission is urged to continue to table action on the North Point. Okay, that is in your Dropbox. I tried to read
2
as
minutes.
fast as I could.
And who was that from?
Let me just pull up the name. Wayne Martinson.
Okay. The rest of it will be in our Dropbox. So thank you. Okay, now I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the Planning Commission for discussion and action.
So, there's a lot here. I guess my instinct is that the public interest, if we have legal precedent to defend a 300-foot I would be in favor of extending the buffer to 300 feet, but I don't see the function of the limit on distribution uses. Like, we have an office vacancy rate nationwide, like north of 15%. And manufacturing, I guess I'm concerned both, I don't think there's much demand for it. And my other concern is if this is sort of something that helps us reduce our water use, I'm confident warehouse space reduces our water intensity, and I'm really not confident whatever manufacturing we get in there reduces our water intensity, and I'm not comfortable with what it's going to do for our air quality. Like, to me, manufacturing is not, this is not a way of creating good jobs, and so I guess I would not support limiting distribution uses.
Anyone else?
I thought that the argument against the distribution uses was compelling. I mean, it's just one paragraph in the report, but I thought it kind of spoke to maybe a compromise between the two, really disparate wants for this neighborhood from the people who have lived there and want to live there and the people who want to sell it for other uses, where I can see a big difference in intensity in uses between manufacturing and distribution. That's what I thought.
So first of all, I wanted to say thanks to Chrissy. You've done a really good job on this, and this is an issue that has a lot of different sides coming at you, and you find yourself in that situation where you never please everyone, and that would include me. So one of my main comment that I won't rehash from last time is, though, this strong belief that this is a vision document, and to me, you should express the vision of what you want to see out there. And I'm so opposed to taking the agricultural and putting it to M1. I think it's fine that it doesn't go residential, and I'm not suggesting that it should stay agricultural, but it should be something that reflects the open space. If we are building so much density in the city, one of those trade-offs that we always read about is that then you're helping preserve open space in those outlying areas, but we're not doing that. We're taking that and just saying, let's make it manufacturing or distribution or whatever, and I'm really strongly opposed to that on principle. But I do want to thank you, Chrissy, for all of the work you've done on this, because it was a lot and you've done a really good job.
Mike?
I also want to thank Chrissy for all the work she's put in on this. And I have one question. As the plan is currently written, what are the buffers along the Jordan River?
Yep, the plan currently proposes a 100-foot buffer,
Okay.
which is actually what is in our existing code already.
Gotcha.
I can see the wheels turning. Someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
I motion to recommend approval with modifications. Based on the information presented in discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council approve the North Point Small Area Plan with the following modifications. That the limit on distribution uses be removed, and that on the design standards on page 18 regarding designated wetlands be changed from up to 200 feet to up to 300 feet.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Brenda? Okay. So we have a motion from Andra and a second from Brenda. Call for the vote.
Can I make a amendment? Friendly amendment? Maybe separate those two items so we can vote on them separately, like increasing the buffer and removing the distribution.
For the recommendation. It's not a,
Well, my suggestion would be then, well,
Have to have approval of the
Yeah,
motion.
we would all vote, and then you can make a different motion if it's no.
Who moved it? Who made the motion?
And just a clarification, that was the buffer, the feet that you gave, right? Is that correct?
The buffer is on the designated wetlands of up to 300 feet.
Gotcha, thank you.
Up to.
I think that in the discussion of this item, it's a very, very difficult, sort of difficult to reconcile the land use issue, the different land use issues that are coming up here. On the one hand, you do have residents who have a certain stake in it they've had for a very long time. And some of those residents want to take advantage of the increase in land value that comes from redevelopment as manufacturing or industrial uses. And some of those residents do not feel like that is something they are interested in doing, and in fact they would like to have the property sort of maintained the way it is. And so this is extremely difficult, and part of the reason that we actually are doing a North Point area plan is that we need to think about how to reconcile those uses. And so my support for this plan actually comes from the fact that I think that it does a lot of things very well that reconciles what is probably a coming use, whether we like it or not, with the need to provide buffers, to provide design guidelines, to provide wetland protection that we might not have anyway. And that's why I'm supporting this plan.
Thank you, Brenda. Anyone else have a comment? Okay, we'll start with Andres.
I will vote yes.
Brenda.
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Andra,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Amy with two E's,
No.
Amy with a Y,
No.
and the chair will vote yes. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in favor and 2 against. We'll send a positive recommendation to the city council. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 2, the West Quarter Block C design review at approximately 260 West, 200 South. Case number PLN PCM 2022-00141. Welcome, Brooke.
Thank you. Just give me 1 minute to pull this up.
Sure.
Okay, is this close enough to the microphone? Got it. Okay. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So the purpose of this presentation is to provide you a brief overview of the project request, the standards of review, the requested modification the applicant is seeking, and staff findings and recommendations. The city received a design review request for a building height modification to develop the property at 260 South, 200 West in the D4 Downtown Secondary Central Business District. The property is also located in the Downtown Master Plan, specifically the Salt Palace District. The existing site is 1.4 acres, the majority of which is surface parking and a portion of the Royal Wood Office Plaza building, which will be demolished to allow for the redevelopment of the property. The proposed development is the second phase of a larger mixed-use project to be constructed on the block located directly west of the Salt Palace Convention Center. The first phase of the project, which is located on the northwest corner of the block, previously received approval and is currently under construction. The proposed West Quarter Block C project is a 16-story multifamily residential mixed-use building with 323 residential dwelling units, ground floor retail, and interior parking structure, which will be screened from public view. The applicant is also proposing to extend the existing mid-block private street quarter row along the eastern lot line of the site and record a public access easement. And staff is recommending approval of the request with the conditions in the staff report.
Okay.
This slide shows a rendering of the building along 200 South and the mid-block street. The applicant is requesting a design review to exceed the building height allowance of the D4 zone by approximately 110 feet, 7 inches. The zone permits a building height of 75 feet, and the applicant is proposing a height of approximately 185 feet, 7 inches. The regulations of the D4 zone allow developments constructing privately owned mid-block streets with an associated public easement to increase the height of the building on the remaining abutting parcel with design review approval from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission reviews the request for compliance with the design review standards found in Chapter 21A 59050 of the City Zoning Ordinance. The standards include supporting the purposes of the zoning ordinance, compliance with the zoning standards, compliance with the design review standards, and consistency with the city's master plan goals and policies. Next, I would like to discuss staff's findings regarding the requested modification. This slide shows the south building elevation, which is the 200 South Street facing facade, and the east building elevation, which is the mid-block street facing facade. As previously mentioned, the zone permits a building height of 75 feet, and the applicant is proposing a height of approximately 185 feet, 7 inches. Staff is of the opinion the proposed height is appropriate given the context of the area and the development potential of the surrounding properties. While the proposed scale of the building exceeds what is existing on the block, the adjacent buildings to the north, northwest, and south exceed the 75-foot height allowance of the zone. Additionally, the lot directly east of the subject site will be developed in a later phase of the West Quarter development. The regulations of the D4 zone specifically allow a potential building height of 375 feet within the boundaries of the eastern lot.
Hi, excuse me, sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but are we keeping the door open? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Norris.
Yeah, so the security team is present and closed the door, which is one of the allowed entities who can do that. We've tried to clear the hall, and it's not, they're not
Oh,
necessarily
you need to
listening,
let
but
our commissioner in. Yeah.
need to make sure that, yeah.
No, that's totally fine. The impact of the additional height is also mitigated through the building's overall design in compliance with the design review standards. A detailed review of the standards is found in attachments D and E of the staff report. Staff found the proposal complies with the standards with the following recommended conditions, which I have summarized on this slide. First is final review of the plans is delegated to staff. This includes the details for development, site signage, lighting, streetscape details, and paving, as well as review and approval of structural encroachments in the right-of-way and issuance of an encroachment permit. Next is that the 5 existing honey locust street trees within the 200 South public right-of-way along the property frontage are protected and preserved. The current landscape plan shown on the slide shows the removal of the existing street trees. So the street trees will need to be preserved to ensure compliance with Urban Forestry Division requirements and the downtown master plan objectives. And last, a public easement between Salt Lake City and the property owner will be recorded on the property for the mid-block street. In conclusion, it is planning staff's opinion that the request generally meets the applicable design review standards of approval and therefore recommends the Planning Commission approve with the conditions listed in the staff report. And I'd also like to mention that we have not received any public comments on this item. So that concludes my presentation, and the applicant has also prepared a presentation to share.
Okay. If you would come up and introduce yourselves, and you could keep it to about 10 minutes, that would be great.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Oh, you're going to have to get really close and speak up.
You can sit right here.
Okay. Is that better?
Much
All right.
better.
I'm Ashwini Denoy. I'm the project manager for West Quarter Block C and also the applicant for this project. I would let Ryan introduce himself and go to the vision of the project first.
Okay. Ryan Ritchie with the Ritchie Group, and we're the developer of the West Quarter, and we're the ones also doing the first phase of the project as well. So, and I recognize a few faces from last time. Brenda's one of them. So
she's hard to forget.
It's been a long time though. Okay, so the West Quarter was conceived back in 2015. We presented to the city back in 2016. We presented a master plan. This block is known as Block 67 locally. It's a critical block in that it connects the current downtown CBD with this burgeoning district on the west side, west of the convention center. We acquired 6.5 acres, been many years now, and we started the project. We conceived this concept of this mid-block road that became this connecting pedestrian pathway between the downtown CBD and then this, the Vivint Arena. So since that time frame, of course, you can go next slide there, and you can see that if you look at the far right-hand corner, The convention hotel's since been constructed and now opened. And I think this is a really impactful slide to demonstrate how we've got these two big demand drivers with the Vivint Arena in the northwest and the convention hotel in the southeast. And we believe that just the way the West Corridor fits to try to stitch our city back together, which has been disconnected for 60 plus years with the convention center kind of bifurcating the downtown area. We're continuing that vision. Block C is the next part of that. The grid structure is the same as we came before the Planning Commission several years ago now and came back with this exact same concept. We're just continuing the next phase of the West Corridor. This is the first building. If this is the perspective looking, if you're standing at the Vivint Arena looking across the street, this is the Charles residential building. This is now, we've opened half of the floors on this already. We'll have an occupancy permit for the second half of the building by the end of the month. Leasing's going phenomenally well. It's been a well-received project. I heard Amy with 2 E's, you talked about doing site visits, and we'd love to have you. Anytime you want to come do a walkabout with us, we'd love to have you come take a look at it. I think you'll like the project. The critical part about the project is the plaza and rooftop amenities. This is sorry, I'm going a little too slow probably, but this is the hotel, the Le Méridien and Element Hotels, has a restaurant at the ground floor. The other project also has restaurant space. So we're activating the ground floor, activating this pedestrian walkway. And then the cool part about this is you can see the rooftop bar at the top of the Le Méridien. These are some images you're seeing of that rooftop bar. The continuation of the project is to continue what we call quarter row, take it back through the middle of the block. As you guys know, one of the things that Salt Lake City struggles with is activation of the center of our big, huge blocks. We're 9 to 10 acres large, or big blocks. Hard to walk them. We've tried to break the scale of our acreage down into a walkable area and then activate it with retail at the ground floor. So these are just some images. And then this is looking from Second South in perspective, looking north up quarter row as you see Block C prominently in the background or in the foreground.
So yeah, for Block C, the goal has been to contribute to this vision of quarter row. So this kind of anchors is a mixed-use development, like Brooke mentioned, and it's at the intersection of quarter row and 200 South. We have 321 units, about 25,000 of retail restaurants, possibly restaurants, and 342 parking stalls on levels 2 to 8, and then about 185 feet, 6 inches in height. I don't want to harp on this slide too much, so I'll just jump to the next one. We've kept the entrances to retail from off of 200 South mostly, just to activate that, and also have one retail at that northeast corner as well. And as the residential lobby is also accessed off of the quarter row, we have a lobby and mail and some amenities off of that street. And like I mentioned, on the ground plane, we have about 25,000 retail, the residential lobby, and some amenities. And then we have some amenities on mezzanine. Then kind of from levels 2 through 8, we have a parking deck that gets wrapped around by units, and also some amenities on level 2. On level 9, we have a podium, sort of an amenity deck that has a pool and landscaped areas. And also we have fitness and lounge and some more amenities to serve the residents over here, along with more units. And the tower just continues quite typically from 10 through 15. And at level 16, we have a sky lounge that takes advantage of the views, as well as more residence and penthouse units. As far as elevations, we have made sure that we stuck to the design guidelines provided. And I just want to talk about the materiality real quick. So we have, at the base, we have predominantly kept it as brick and storefront. And it is a sort of a beige brick that matches with the sort of design intent or aesthetic of the blocks around it. So Block A, Block B, we use the same sort of color palette that makes everything sort of blend together. And also on the north side, we have some more darker brick along with storefront, and then majority of the facade itself is metal panel with glazing. This is a view of the north sort of east corner. It shows the parking deck portion of it that's going to be wrapped with a flex facade. This just more views along 200 South showing the pedestrian experience, just to get an idea how we are integrating this with Quarter Row. That is all I have in terms of presentations. I want to open the floor for any questions.
Okay, why don't we bring Brooke back up and we'll open it to questions from the commission.
Can you go back through these renderings? We have not seen any of them, and it's very informative. And
is there anything in particular you were looking
keep
for?
going back.
Okay. Let me know when
This
to
is
stop.
something that really hasn't appeared in our staff report.
I believe
So-
it's the same images that are in the design application. I mean, the drawings that were submitted. It's probably a little smaller than.
No, they're not in our packet.
They should be included in attachment B.
Yes, they are. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
they're kind
sorry.
of towards the back.
With that, though, I'd like to see the view that you have in your record of the east facade.
Quarter row, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Can you elaborate a little on your ground floor use, like not necessarily, I mean, a percentage of retail? Is there going to be a significant amount of retail? Because when you talk about kind of connecting downtown again, that's something that is absent in this side, and so to activate it. But the list in the staff report included a bicycle room, mail room, lobby. So I just wanted to get an idea of what those 200 South retail would look like.
No, that's great. Phase 1 has about 20,000 square feet in blocks A and B of retail, and it's restaurants and it's food and beverage outlets. And so very appropriate for being across the street from a sports arena, professional sports arena, and all the events that come from there. The whole intent of Quarter Row is to be an activated pedestrian walkway. And so to activate it, we're focusing on the retail and specifically restaurants is what we're trying to focus on. So in this particular block of Block C, there's 25,000 square feet, and there's a lobby that's for the leasing office. We have to have some entrances for that, but you can see the amount of pink that's in this picture. That is all activated retail. That's at the ground floor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is also high base stuff. This is like 20 to 24 feet tall in the clear space, so it's really tall, beautiful, like warehouse-looking space.
Yeah, the only back of house area is accessed off of the north portion of it. Mostly we've activated the east and south.
I can't believe there's no questions.
So the east elevation and the north
There we go.
elevation of the parking garage, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Can you show us pictures of that?
Sure.
Okay. Where is that? I mean, I think what I'm reading on this plan is that sort of occurs at the intersection of the little street you're building. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
So, this is a kind of distressing looking facade, and I'm wondering if we can, well, what is it made of? Let's start there.
Okay. Yeah. We've tried to keep the same language in the design standards that we are following in 200 South as well. So we have a base. The portion that you see over here is that retail corner. That's on the northeast corner. And then this sort of almost triple-story glazed structure is your lobby and amenities that you're seeing. And then there's like sort of a middle and the top portion. So that sort of tries to bring some of the 200S facade on this side as well.
And the material for the garage wrap?
Yes, that's a flex facade. It's a sort of a facade that is erected on metal studs. And it allows us to make it breathable, so it gives us the aesthetics that we're looking for, as well as gives us the sort of ventilation requirements that we'll need.
flexible metal? Is that what you're saying? Is it a
Yeah, it's sort of a mesh almost.
Mesh.
Yeah, and it can have multiple graphic options that we could like add, like a depending on what gets approved at a later point, we would be using that graphic on that facade and making it look very interesting for sure.
And the building that you're planning for D1 that you show in your drawings, or you show in your renderings?
Sorry, you said block
The
1?
D parcel?
Right.
I know that's not up for discussion tonight, but the whole plan was sort of approved a long time ago, as you note. And so that building is going to be what?
As proposed, that's a hotel condominium tower that's the nearest to Block C, and then the one on the corner of Second and Second is an office tower, which is consistent with what we got approved last time.
Right. And those are on the front part of that parcel, right? There's
They
part
are.
of the back parcel that's
correct.
lower.
That's correct.
That's what I remember.
Yep,
Okay.
that's it.
All right. Thank you.
Any other
Madam
questions?
Chair, I'll make a motion. Did you have a comment, Mike?
We haven't done the public hearing yet.
Oh, that's right, because we went out of order and I'm all confused. But when it comes time, I'll make a motion.
Do you want to be temporary chairman?
No.
Okay. So no more questions at this time? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Anyone? Seeing no one. Oh, are there any emails? And there are no emails. So I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the commission, and we can have a motion or more discussion.
I feel chagrined.
Excuse me, Commission, sorry. The applicant would like to speak to one of the conditions in the staff.
Yeah,
okay.
Is it okay?
Sure.
Just real quick, the tree issue, there's a conditional approval. We have been talking back and forth with the urban forester about changing out the trees right now. There are 5 honey locust trees that are located on Second South right now. They're probably about 15 years old. And I can't remember the calipers, but there's some caliper size. Consistent with what has happened in other projects, we've asked for a fee in lieu of, so we can change out those to go from 5 trees to 6 trees. We have a proposed tree. I can't remember the name of the tree, Nate.
Frontier Elm.
Frontier Elm, which is on the list of approved trees. Our concern is twofold. Is that can we go back to the view that shows the direct shot of the retail? Is that the location of those trees off Second South, this is our alignment to try to line it up with, if you notice how the trees are lining up with the piers of our building. So we're trying to create open view corridors towards our retail so we can have more visibility to the retail. And so our concern is the way that the honey locusts are clustered, it's going to create kind of a wall of trees and block a big portion of our signage. That's concern number one. Number two, not signage, of our retail frontage. Number two, the other concern we have is the survivability of the trees during construction. This is going to be about a 30 to 36 month construction schedule. If you followed our construction on first phase of West Quarter, we had an entire lane of the UDOT road on 3rd West closed down for the better part of 2 years just because we needed access to that. And so when you're hoisting beams and loads and putting booms and creating a lot of activity off of a public road, it's very difficult to keep those trees alive during a 30-month construction schedule. Our proposal is to increase the quantity of trees from 5 to 6, still follow the proposal as far as the type of species that the city's already allowed for, pay the deed in lieu, and then there's, the other thing I need to point out is up and down Quarter Row, we're increasing the tree count that currently exists on this block by adding street trees up and down Quarter Row in addition to that. So that would be our request for the amendment.
So then to follow up on that, would the caliper trees you replace them with match what you're taking out?
It wouldn't match because they're like, I think 6 inches or 8 inch trees. Nate, how big are those trees? We're proposing 3.
That's the hard thing, I think, when we commissioners look at, things that have, is when we take out more mature trees and then we replace them with immature ones, and we don't, it just takes forever for them to get back to a 15-year caliper. And that's something that we've talked about when we recently had the urban forestry plan come before us, was to how to preserve that coverage. I'm not necessarily against, me personally, replacing the trees, but I think I do have a problem if you take all of them out and then then we lose all of that 15-year of growth, and we end up with starting back at square one. And that seems like to be counterproductive of what we have been talking about recently.
Also, if I may, this would actually match with the city's paving pattern that is like per in the design guidelines, whereas the current tree, the location of them, the way they are clustered, would not actually match the paving pattern that is in the design guidelines.
Yeah, when I balance those two, I don't really care about the paving patterns as much as I care about the tree coverage and the maturity of those trees that we're losing. And that's been a big issue in my neighborhood, in developments, that we're allowed to take out all of the trees, and then it's been 10 years and there's hardly been any growth on them. So I don't really so much care about the paving pattern, because if I'm remembering that plan, the information that came before us in that plan, talked a lot about the disparity of urban forestry of those canopies, of the tree canopies, and this is an area of the city that is a lot less than others.
And just to clarify, as far as the paving pattern is concerned, it would not require the removal of the existing trees to comply with the proposal.
Yeah.
And also the Urban Forestry Division has reviewed the proposal, and they have indicated that they will not issue a permit for the removal of the existing street trees. It would also be against some of the primary goals and initiatives of the downtown master plan.
So then, Brooke, if we removed that condition and then they weren't given a permit, then it would still be the same as we kept it in there.
Sorry, could you repeat
So
that?
if urban forestry isn't going to issue a permit to take the trees out, it doesn't matter what we say, is what I'm getting at.
We just specifically addressed it in the report, just since it was an issue that we identified in the plan set.
Okay.
Yes.
I guess, my instinct is that I don't know a lot of ecology. I don't know that any of us have deep backgrounds in ecology, and so I'm kind of, I understand the concern you have about the retail, but I'm hesitant to kind of disagree with our urban foresters, because they do have the sort of subject matter knowledge that I don't know that we all do.
So if those trees died, the urban forester would make some recommendation for replacing them?
Yeah, and management can jump in if they would like to, but I believe the Urban Forestry Division does have a set of standards and will provide recommendations to help preserve and protect the trees during construction.
Yeah, that's accurate. We do have a tree preservation requirement in our code. So during construction, they'd have to put things like fences around what the available root zone and growth zone to help protect those. Recognizing that sometimes trees do die during construction, they have a replacement program requirement. So, we try to do our best to preserve the mature trees, and knowing that sometimes that's not possible. Even when the developer does everything possible, right? Sometimes they just die. It's a harsh environment around construction like this. I would say that, normally our zoning code defers to the approval to remove street trees, at least in the current code, to the urban forester and the zoning administrator. We almost always defer to the urban forester to make that call, because of their expertise in that is far greater than ours. And so I don't necessarily know that the commission needs to do anything in that regard, because ultimately it's still going to be up to the forester to make the decision about street trees on public property. Now, you may want to consider that if those trees happen to need to be removed or whatever, something happens, right? I think you could also consider the increase in the number of trees that otherwise would not be required, including on that walkway. And I don't know the number of trees that they're proposing, but we could ask for some more information on what that maturity of those trees they're proposing are, so you can get an idea of what increases there are to the tree canopy overall.
Yeah, we will have 10 instead of the 5 that we're taking away, including the ones on Quarter Row.
So commissioners, I would be willing to make a motion, but just to vet this part out. For the second condition that specifically spells out the 5 existing honey locust street trees, et cetera, that we just replace that with, we defer decision on these trees to the urban forester. That way, we're not in a position where we're trying to make decisions on ecology and what types of trees and what calipers, and we're not spelling it out. But I would be open to hearing what other commissioners think before I make that motion.
I think your explanation is one that I would agree with as well. The suggestion that staff also made, in case some of the trees don't survive, would we recommend addition of trees, for example?
I think that would still just fall into, we would defer to the decisions and guidelines of the urban forester.
I think that's
because we never talk about that on other
True.
ones
Mhm.
that may die, and they've got the plan for that.
That would make sense to me.
Although I think we could make I don't have a fairly good sense of what's going on in Quarter Row, and that doesn't have the same kind of tree requirement that a city street does. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
So I would say that one of the mitigating factors might be to add more trees on Quarter Row, because right now I see I'm counting 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 trees as part of this development.
Well, Brooke, do you know if the urban forester looks at, is it just tree for tree, or do they look at an entire kind of the development?
Mm-hmm. They'll take a look at the street frontage of the property, and I believe it's 1 tree is required for every 30 feet of property frontage.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know that I would want to mitigate that to if they're adding more trees on Quarter Row. Adding more trees on Quarter Row is just going to benefit them. It's going to benefit the project. It's going to benefit making that vibrant and people wanting to be there and making that successful. Okay, I'm going to make a motion, and we can go from there. Let me find the right one. Okay, based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission approve this application with the conditions listed in the staff report, with the following modifications that, go back. Number 2, the 5 existing honey locust street trees be replaced with a deferral to the urban forester.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Amy Berry and a second by Mike. John,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Brenda,
Yes.
Andreas,
I'll vote yes.
Andra,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Amy Burrows,
Yes.
Amy Berry,
Yes.
and the chair will also vote yes. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in favor.
Thank you
Thank
very
you
much.
so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can we take a 5-minute break? It's 7:20.
7:20, sure. Everybody be back by 7:26. we can move on to, what? What happened? Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll move on to item number 3, which is a planned development at approximately 1580 and 1620 South, 900 West. It's case number PLN PCM 2022-00426. And we have Grant. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Grant Amon. I will be representing the TAG 900 West Plan Development Petition. This project proposal includes plan development approval to develop the property located at approximately 1580 to 1620 South, 900 West, which is located in the CB Community Business Zoning District. The proposal is to construct 71 townhome-style condos across 14 buildings on roughly 2.59 acres. TAG SLC is requesting relief from SLC Code Section 21A.36.010.b, which requires that not more than one principal building shall be located on any lot. Your staff report also mentions list item C in the same section of code. Because the applicant is working to complete a condominium plat for the project, this project will not require relief from this section and can be disregarded. Staff is recommending approval with conditions. First, to remind of the location of the project, the property is located near the corner of 900 West and 1700 South. This photo is specifically important because the small strip in red connects the property to 1000 West, and I will be referring to it as the West Access Strip. The proposed site plan is composed of 14 buildings and is planned as seen on the site plan above. These 4 photos come from the submitted plan set and are renderings of the proposed final construction. In order to better understand the height and appearance of the structures, this elevation diagram shows the proposed height of 30 feet for all structures as well as side and rear appearances. This is the existing site. As you can see, the site is largely vacant. If you were to visit there today, this is what it would look like. Well, I guess not right now. It's covered in snow. But in the summer, this is what it would look like. And then this is a photo of the West Access Strip as seen from 1000 West. Now that you're refreshed on the site and the proposal, the sections of code that are applicable to the review of this project are the standards for the CB zone in which it exists, found in section 21A.26.030, and the standards for plan developments found in section 21A.55.050. The purpose statement for section 21A.55 states, a planned development will result in a more enhanced product than would be achievable through strict application of land use regulations, while enabling the development to be compatible with adjacent and nearby land developments. The city seeks to achieve at least one of the objectives listed through planned development process: open space, historic preservation, affordable housing, mobility, sustainability, or master plan implementation. Along with the standards of review, 3 key considerations are analyzed as important in the decision-making process. First, compliance with adopted master plans. The West Side Master Plan identifies several regional nodes in the boundaries identified. As you can see, the subject site is within proximity to the regional node located at 1700 South and 900 West. This plan indicates a need for additional residential density within the node. It also states that nodes should have bicycle facilities and mid-block routes with public spaces for pedestrians. The proposed development provides medium-density housing options that are compatible with adjacent and nearby land developments. The proposed planned development includes a mid-block pedestrian connection via the West Access Strip that I was mentioning earlier, as well as bicycle facilities. Second, limit of 1 building per lot. Section 21A.36.010b, 1 principal building per lot states, not more than 1 principal building shall be located on any lot. Although 14 buildings are being proposed, staff has concluded that by offering a housing type that is uncommon to the neighborhood, the project is meeting the goal of applicable adopted master plans. Third, the West Access Strip connects the project to 1000 West, and although it cannot provide vehicle access, the strip does provide pedestrian access, which meets the goal of applicable master plans. Staff has received no public comment regarding the project. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the plan development as proposed with the conditions listed in the staff report. This concludes my presentation. The applicant is also available, and questions may be taken after they have time to comment. Thank you, and I'll turn the time back over.
Is your applicant here?
I believe he should be, yes.
You want to come up and introduce yourself?
Thank you. I'll try to be close. My name is Jordan Atkin. I'm with TAG SLC, the applicant on the project. We don't have a formal presentation, and we appreciate Grant's work on this, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant or for staff on this? You must have done a good job on the report, right? Okay, not having any questions right now, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing and, emails, thank you. And no emails. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for questions.
I do have a
or-
question. So on that access line, what is that? What is that? It's going to be for vehicles?
No, we originally had it as a emergency fire access, and we were informed that that wasn't compatible because it's actually zoned R17, and you would have to cross the R17 to get to the CB zone. So it's just a very nice landscape pedestrian path.
Yeah, I saw the trees in the landscape. So and the parts that are adjacent to it are still our field on that side as well, because that's 10th West, right?
Yeah, there's homes
Okay.
that are abutting that, and that's part of why we put so much landscaping in there.
Yeah, when I saw all the trees, I didn't know what was going on there. All right, thanks.
So you have several 3-bedroom apartments, is that right, in this project?
Yeah, I actually think they qualify as 4-bedroom.
Okay. And so we're anticipating that children will live here, is that right?
Yeah.
So where are the children going to play?
That was a really unfortunate aspect of our project. By not having the fire access, we lost close to 8,000 square feet of land that we had dedicated to a park within the site, and to have a similar density and keep the plan viable, we had to make these changes.
Okay. How wide is that pedestrian path?
20, somewhere between 20 and maybe 22 feet.
You know, children are pretty adaptable. If you allow them to have a space in that part of that part of the land, that might provide some amenities for them there. Even narrowing down the sidewalk to 4 feet on one side or something, so you can actually be able to offer a few, I don't know, swing sets and stuff. I think that, or sandbox, I think that would be preferred to what we've shown here on the plan.
Thank you for that. I'll also, the split zoning of this entire site is, this is phase 1. We'll be back hopefully early next year with our phase 2 project, which expands to the north. But this small area, if you can just like circle that, behind that house, we own that parcel as well, which I think is 0.18 acres. We are not able to incorporate that into this project because it is R17. There's no practical way to develop that parcel. So I don't know exactly what the process is, but that's loosely slated to become something that could benefit our entire project, but it wasn't able to be part of this technically.
So you could put a swing set back there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that.
Anyone else? Oh, good for you.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Based on the findings listed in the staff report, the information presented, and the input received during the public hearing, I move that the Planning Commission approve the plan development petition as proposed with the conditions listed in the staff report.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Amy Burrows and a second by Mike. Amy Berry.
Yes.
Amy Burrows.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Andra.
Yes, and thrilled to see some family housing.
Andres.
I'll vote yes.
Brenda.
Yes.
Rick.
Yes.
And John.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. So you get 9 yays.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, we'll move on to item number 4. Plan development and preliminary subdivision for Nielsen Estates at approximately 833 West Hoyt Place and 834 West 200 North. And this is, oh, okay, we got case numbers PLN PCM 2018-00878 and PLN SUB 2018-00879. Take it away, Eric.
See if I can get this in the right view. Apologize. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. Good evening, members of the commission. Let's see, 1 second ago. Sorry, it is not advancing. There it goes. Okay, so the request before you is for preliminary subdivision for 9 lots. There's 2 existing lots there, one for the existing home and one for the back portion of the property that would become 9 individual lots. And a plan development request for 7 lots without street frontage, which you can envision here as these middle units. And with that reduced setbacks for the front and rear and an encroachment of some stairs and landings. Staff's recommending approval with 1 condition, which I'll show you at the end. To give a little bit of context, this is the property here between 200 North and Hoyt Place, and the property spans between the two. Hoyt Place is a private street that does not have, it's got a few existing homes, but largely is undeveloped and vacant inner portion of the block. The entire property was recently rezoned SR3. And part of the condition of that rezone that was that the existing home be preserved on the site, which you'll see in a moment. So this is that existing home facing 200 North. Here's the rear of the property from Hoyt Place, and you can see it's largely undeveloped. The proposal is for a 6-unit single-family attached homes, a twin home, and then the preservation of the existing single-family home. With 2-bedroom units 2 bedrooms per unit, height of 25 feet, and parking of 1 stall per unit. This is the basic site layout here, and you can see again the twin family home and the 6 units that would be on their own individual lots. And only the 1 lot would face Hoyt Place, have frontage on Hoyt, and the other would have, the existing home would have frontage on 200 North. The center ones would not have frontage, as this access that you see here would be a private drive. It's not a street, but a private drive. In looking at this, in your staff report it's outlined there are several objectives met for the plan development, including implementation of the master plans for the area in creating medium density density homes on the inner portion of the block, and more density near the track station. And also it talks about, again, the preservation of the existing home and enhancing mobility, as the property will have a sidewalk that runs through it to connect to the inner Hoyt to 200 North for better movement of pedestrians. In looking at this, we also look at the plan development and its appropriateness if this is creating a better project than could otherwise be developed. And with the lack of street frontage, we feel it's a better use of the land, a better orientation. It'll be similar to future developments that take place along Hoyt, have a similar orientation, and provides more housing choice, and with a scale of development that's still compatible with the neighborhood. The orientation will also create homes that still have private yards and result in this better pedestrian connection through the site. Staff is recommending approval of the proposals with the recommendation that a pedestrian entry be added to this north side of the end unit, which would face Hoyt, to create some better interaction with that street and any future development. We did receive just one public comment that was you received in your Dropbox. It was largely talking about this access road here. It's talking about it as an access road and meeting fire department requirements. However, it should be noted it's a private driveway, and so those the standards that were shown there relate to private streets or to a street. This has been reviewed by the fire department. They found it acceptable, and again, staff's recommending approval.
Is your applicant here?
Jeff and Sitar are here. We'll let them.
Do they have a presentation?
Go to your slides, as
Okay, please introduce yourselves, and like I say, try to keep it to about 10 minutes.
Actually, I'm the engineer, Satar Tabriz, Ward Engineering.
And I'm Jeff Mugarab, the owner.
We do not have a formal presentation, so if you have any questions, we'd like.
Okay, we can do that. Questions?
Yep, I do. Eric.
Yes.
Okay, so a couple of things. One is on the condition, which I think is very consistent with the Planning Commission's view on these side things, except for what I don't want to see is a door slapped on there and we call it good. That was one thing that we've seen happen over the earlier years when I came on. So if this condition is, if you feel like it's appropriate to give the right direction, that it not only just be a door, but that it be something of an actual entrance with, whereas lighting or, the little porticos or whatever that make it actually feel like inviting.
Yep.
Do you feel like the condition as you wrote it gives you that direction?
Yeah, if the commission feels that's appropriate to designate that to staff to work with, and create a proper entrance there.
I just am always worried about we want a pedestrian door entrance, and then they just slap a door, and that's all it looks like. It looks like a door on the side of a building. Yep. So I have a question on the, to better understand based on the renderings with the setbacks. So if we're considering where the garage is, that's the front.
Not necessarily, because once you've created lots without frontage, there's not necessarily a front.
So then what are we reducing
because
from?
that again, that's a driveway.
Yeah.
So we're reducing it where you see the arrow right here, that's technically the front because that faces Hoyt. So when I talk about how you're reducing the setbacks.
That's what I wanted to double check. So that one is going from, would be 10 to 5.
Yeah, and really the center lots don't necessarily have front, side, back. Because they're center lots. So
yeah,
it's
so as
really,
you spelled it out, we were saying front, back, and I think I needed clarification for what that meant. So then what are you determining the back set?
The back of the end, the last
What way are we facing? So if the arrows, that's north, then east?
The lot closest to the single-family home would be the one that would need the exception on their
And
rear
that would be
yard
going
setback.
from 15 to 5
Correct.
to the property line.
Yes.
Do you happen to know what the yard is currently on that single family home? Like how
There's-
much? So if we add it together, what kind of a separation are we really looking at?
Well, because there's no development, I mean, you're saying to its current property line?
Because I guess I'm assuming that this reduction in this setback on the back from 15 feet to 5, I want to know what it's then adjacent to. Is it just adjacent to open land right now?
Yes.
Okay. And do you own the land behind this? Or are you planning to develop that as well, or is that a different owner?
We just own the 2 lots that
Okay.
makes up the single-family home and the
Okay.
8.
Okay, that's helpful. So it's all open as of now, and so then the next developer can figure out what that means to them. Can you explain what you mean by steps closer to the 4 foot of the property line is your 4th condition?
Yeah, as you can kind of see in that image right there, you can see a little fence to what would be the rear of the home.
I don't
So,
Where's the fence?
Can we go to the side?
yeah, I can.
I'm looking at this as a close-up on my iPad, but I'm not sure what you mean.
Side plan may be a better way to do that.
Okay, so right here, these little landings right here, if you can see where the cursor is, that's a side lot line right there. And these come within, yeah, they encroach into what would be that setback.
And if we're reducing that setback to 5 feet, then you're saying this can't be closer. That I'm confused.
There's
then
just
at
a
the spacing.
standard that they can't be within, I don't have it right in front of me, I think it's within 5 feet or 4 feet.
4 feet.
Okay, so
How do we
these-
do that if we're
these
reducing the
little
setback?
right here
Yeah.
get within 1 foot of the property line.
Yeah, if we reduce the setback.
Right.
And so is that okay as it is, or do they need to be smaller?
The recommendation is that they would be allowed to get within 1 foot of the property line.
Oh, so the standard is then allowing that because we're reducing the setback. If you did it that way, if you didn't include it,
It doesn't have to do
then
with us reducing the setback.
it doesn't?
Of the yard itself. It's just allowing those landings to encroach into the side yard.
What kind of landings are they?
Yeah.
What do you mean by landing?
There is an access to the backyards from
Okay,
the
so it's
kitchen.
like it's a patio.
It's a concrete
We allow
slab on the
patios
ground,
in
yeah, so
landscape
you don't
buffers,
walk on
don't
the
we?
grass.
In side yard buffers and so forth.
Not within 4 feet of the,
I see. Okay.
so that's why it's listed.
Okay. Okay. That's
Okay, thank you. I just need to go over those, and then when it comes time, if commissioners it'd be nice to hear if you have, what feelings you have based on the pedestrian entrance on the north side. If you feel like it should be better articulated, so that it is an entrance versus just a door.
That entrance would be similar to the main entrances to the building. Basically, maybe a covered porch.
Yeah, you could just switch it around. I think it just in terms of giving staff enough direction from us so that they knew what, I mean, if that were spelled out, I would be fine with that. Okay. All right.
Anyone else? Got a question?
I just had one quick question. It appears that the driveway connects all the way through from 200 North to White Place. Is that correct?
Yes, there's a driveway from 200 North to Hoyt Place, but at this point, the intent is not to connect to the Hoyt Place. Maybe there will be a gate or some sort that could be operated by the fire chief emergency access.
Would people on foot still be able to cross there?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Is there enough space for two cars to pass each other in that alleyway?
Yes. The way the cross section, I don't know if you could, yeah, at the bottom, if you could see the cross section of the road. The curb is a mountable curb, and it's got a monolithic sidewalk. From the sidewalk to the other side of the curb on the other side is 20 feet, and that's plenty for two cars to pass each other. Even in the roadway itself, if you call between the two curbs, I cannot recall how much is that. 11 and a half feet. You know, that may be a little tight, but with the sidewalk being part of the driving lane, it works.
It's like a woonerf.
Um?
A woonerf. Look it up. WOONERF.
Okay. Any other questions right this minute? Or are we gonna wait for Amy to? Okay, why don't you read us what it is?
It says that it's a living street as originally implemented in the Netherlands and in Flanders. Techniques include shared space, traffic calming, low speed limits.
Okay. There we go. Now we all know. Okay, I will open the public hearing on this. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for any discussion or a motion, please.
Go ahead. The public comment about the legality of this, is that resolved to your satisfaction? Yours.
So like any process, projects have to meet all standards from all departments through the building permit process. The fire department has indicated at this point that this is an acceptable project to them and that it meets the standards. And so we proceed forward with that, and it'll be reviewed in the building permits, and it will have to comply with their standards, and we consider that good.
Okay, thanks. I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. Based on the information presented in the discussion, I move that the commission approve the following applications associated with the proposal, the preliminary subdivision, and the plan development with the condition listed in the staff report.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Brenda. So I have a motion by Amy Burrows and a second by Brenda. Andra.
Yes.
Andreas.
I'll vote yes.
Rick.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
Brenda.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Amy Burrows.
Yes.
Amy Berry.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. So you got nine votes and carry on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate.
All right, we'll move on to the next item, which is the Homeless Resource Center text amendment. Case number PLN PCM 2022-1068, and we have Nick.
Thank you. So tonight we're going to follow up on the briefing that was held on November 9th of the Planning Commission. The goals for our presentation are to give you an update on those changes and reasons for this proposal, and then our recommendation for the City Council. There are a number of slides in this presentation because we included quite a bit of mapping analysis that's also in your staff report. So if for any reason you want me to skip over any of that information, feel free to let me know. So let's get going. So this proposal does two things. It creates the Homeless Resource Center overlay zone. It makes some changes to the regulations that are specific to HRCs and homeless shelters, and it makes some changes to the approval process. So the HRC overlay establishes how future HRCs would be approved. It would require a zoning map amendment to apply the overlay. Under this proposal, as it's written today, if an overlay amendment is approved, the HRC becomes a permitted use at that location where the overlay is mapped. The changes that have been made to the HRC standards that were not in the proposal on November 9th, at the request of our fire department, that any future HRC includes space within the building for them to provide medical and emergency care that is private, so they don't need to necessarily do it out in the open within the building. That makes it easier on them. A prohibition on firearms, which is allowed under state code, but also requires an operator to have a place to securely store a firearm. Clarifies that the operator can establish policies and procedures for the community coordination group. The most significant change, and this was somewhat based on a discussion the Planning Commission had, but also based on input from the police department. Right now, the code lists a number of SEPTED principles that were modified to be something that can be administered as a land use regulation. This proposal actually removes all of those SEPTED things specifically listed and instead replaces it with a requirement that plans be reviewed by someone who's certified by the International SEPTED Association, that the police department has the authority to review those plans and can recommend modifications to those plans to address specific SEPTED needs. And that also includes granting the authority to modify some zoning requirements in order to accommodate those SEPTED principles. Those modifications are limited to things like I think there's something in there about fence or wall height, some landscaping, and a few other elements that are limited. If it's outside that would have to be something that would be addressed as part of the application of the overlay through a development agreement that an applicant would enter into with the city. Oh, here they are. Sorry, I didn't realize they were coming up. But, the ones I missed out on were clear view triangles and then some building design standards. That's mainly to ensure privacy within the facility for those people who need to use it.
Excuse me, who's the zoning administrator?
So
Who would
that's
that
a
be?
defined position in code. We actually have a position on our staff. It's Mayara Lima is the zoning administrator. It can be delegated because a number of our staff actually perform functions of the zoning administrator, but ultimately it's up to Mayara to make those decisions. So moving on to temporary homeless resource centers, a couple of modifications. So just to remind everyone of when they are allowed. So an HRC has to be full or reasonably anticipated to be full. Due to the weather, we've added a heat index above 95 degrees as a reason to allow temporary HRCs. And then the other caveat is that we have to be required by state code to provide emergency shelters. The state code right now requires, at least in Salt Lake County, that the association of governments, which essentially are the mayors of each city. They get together every year. They try to find locations for the emergency shelters, and they come up with a plan. That plan is submitted to the Department of Workforce Services. If they approve it, we're good to go. If they don't, the state can actually overrule local zoning. One of the key elements in there is that any one city is only required to have a temporary emergency HRC once every 4 years. And so we carried those provisions over.
Excuse me, one more time. The first two have to be met, or
All
the
three of
third
those
one?
have
All
to be
three
met.
have to be met.
Yep. So where those would be allowed in any zoning district that allows lodging or multifamily uses, in any government-owned building, or, and it's important to note that this is an or, so one of these three, a site only has to meet one of these three things, or the building was constructed as a hotel, motel, or other type of lodging. Here's some of those limitations. Like I said, once every 4 years. That's consistent with state code. There's also some separation requirements in state code that we have carried over into our code. One is that a temporary HRC has to maintain a 1 mile separation from any existing HRC or shelter. And on a case-by-case basis, the state code allows us, or has some separation requirements from community locations. The list in the state code are the community locations that apply to retail establishments that sell tobacco. There are things like they can't be within a certain distance of a residential use, which could be very problematic in Salt Lake City because most of our zoning districts have residential uses in them. Other things like schools, playgrounds, parks, libraries. I think there's several other community locations listed in there as well, and that becomes quite problematic in a city like Salt Lake City where we have a lot of community locations. And so we are reserving the right on a case-by-case basis to review those. The requirements are very similar to the permanent shelters, although not as extensive. They must have a security and operations plan. They must have adequate restrooms. Those can be temporary. And that must comply with building and fire code life safety requirements. This is the approval process for applying the overlay zone. A couple of the changes we made include increasing the public notice radius from 300 to 450 feet. The idea behind that is that it ensures at least every property on the same block gets notice. It allows for the Planning Commission to hold a public hearing within the 45-day public input period, but does not allow the Planning Commission to make a recommendation within that time. It requires engaging the homeless population, so the applicant would have a requirement to do that. And then it establishes that the Planning Commission, the item will be placed on the next available Planning Commission agenda outside of that 45 days. These items were added to help reduce the time frame for approval, which was one of the issues the Planning Commission mentioned at the November 9th meeting. It's also one of the main concerns that the operators and service providers have. So we wanted to do this to, like I said, shorten the time frame, make it more predictable. Right now, it does not apply to the city council because we don't know how the council actually feels about that. The Planning Commission has the authority to recommend that they consider it. But we felt like we can apply those kinds of shot clocks to things up through the Planning Commission level because you have that ultimate say on how that works. We are updating the factors for review. Some of these have changed based on input that we've received through the process. They're summarized here, and we went over this at the last meeting. They're not significant changes here, except for there was one, we clarified who's required to provide what kind of data, putting most of that emphasis on not just the city, but there is the state has set up a data clearinghouse, I guess, that keeps track of a lot of the number of beds, the occupancy rates, things like that. And so that's where we will pull that data from. It would be the responsibility of the city to provide that information to the public and the decision makers. And then the other thing is the service providers had a concern with the wording related to future funding for an HRC. And so that was modified to focus on any future funding request that may be made to the city in order to operate that HRC, so that the city council can consider that as part of the process. We did add a section to our code that discusses development agreements. These are authorized under state code. One thing that is probably a little bit new in here for the Planning Commission is that right now, a development agreement that is seeking to expand the regulations in a proposed zone. For example, say you have a zoning district, and this isn't necessarily related to an HRC right now, but say you have a zoning district that has a height of 30 feet, but somebody's looking to get more density within that 30 feet. They can actually propose a development agreement that wouldn't necessarily change the zoning, but will modify those density requirements, provided that is upfront in the process and the Planning Commission considers that as part of a recommendation to the City Council. It has to go through the exact same process as any other zoning amendment. And so this is not just related to HRCs, but because we are making changes to 21A50, which talks about zoning changes, we felt it was appropriate to add this requirement into our code. We're making changes to the definitions. This is more from an administrative standpoint to make that process easier. We went over this last time about why we are taking this approach, and we're going to get into this first one with some of the mapping analysis, but if we left them as a conditional use, it's likely and runs the risk of continuing the same concentration that we're seeing. HRCs oftentimes require an increase or a reallocation of city resources that cannot be authorized through normal zoning processes, and that is because they are attractors. They may not necessarily generate some of the impacts, but they create situations where they are attracting new impact to an area. And so that is something that we are experiencing as a city. And in order to reallocate those city resources, that really is a city council function. So with our analysis of all of the zoning districts, we took a buffer of 1/2 mile around the existing HRCs or homeless shelters. To see which zoning districts are located within there. So we have 62 zoning districts in the city. So we did a 1/2 mile and 1 mile. I apologize for that typo on the screen. Of the 62 zoning districts, only 15 are not within a 1 mile buffer. 10 of those are not appropriate to the nature of the zone. These are open space, natural open space, foothill protection zones, extractive industry zones, and we also included the manufacturing zones in this primarily because they are so far removed from all of the other services in the city. And then the other 15 are not within the 1 mile buffer and 10 are not appropriate. So the other 37 are all found within the buffer. So these are the maps of each of the shelters locations. This first one is the rescue mission. You can see that all of the zoning districts listed that are within both a 1/2 mile buffer and a 1 mile buffer. And importantly, this particular facility has 2 other shelters or HRCs within a 1 mile area. Those are the red stars on the map. The Geraldine King facility on 700 South is very similar. This actually has 3 other resource centers or shelters within a 1 mile radius. The VOA Youth Shelter is the most concentrated in that it has all 4 of the other shelters are within 1 mile of this location. And you can see the list of zoning districts that are also found within this area. The VOA Women's Center, which is actually very small, it's in a converted home, but it's still a shelter. And this also has 3 other shelters within 1 mile. And then finally, the Gail Miller which has 2 other shelters within 1 mile, and you can see the list of zoning districts there. I think it's important to note that in most of the commercial districts, the downtown districts, and the multifamily districts are all found within the buffer areas. The only district that really is significantly that is not within this, that is more urban in nature, is the Sugar House Business District. It's very isolated to the Sugar House area and not mapped anywhere else in the city. This gives you a broader citywide view of where the half-mile and the 1 mile radius is around each of those shelters, so you can get an idea of where they are in relationship to all the other areas in the city and the other zoning districts. Even though they may not be, they may be outside that boundary, most zoning districts are also found within the boundary. You've seen this map at your last meeting. This shows the existing services in relationship to other homeless resources and services that are available in the city, tracks locations, the location of of transitional housing, and other types of resources such as food, domestic violence resources, healthcare, etc. Our recommendation is that the Planning Commission recommend the City Council adopt this proposal. In the staff report, we did outline several options that the Planning Commission has in making any recommendation. And the report also discusses the pros and cons of each of those options. And that is the end of my presentation.
Can I ask a question? On your last slide, why would, if we vote no, this last one, is that the way it is right now? Is that the status quo right now? Or how come that would be the thing that happens if we don't?
So if you recommend no and the council consider and agrees with you and doesn't adopt anything, then the council has already passed an ordinance that goes into effect on May 3rd, 2023, that if nothing changes, we go back to allowing HRCs as a conditional use in the CG, D2, and D3 zoning districts.
Okay. I remember that time shut off, like sunset of this. Yeah. Is this proposal, does it include, like where you said some zoning districts were just inappropriate, like extractive industries and open space? Does this say here are some inappropriate, does it say you can't put them here?
It does say that for the M1 and M2 zoning districts. It doesn't list it for the other zoning districts, but that easily could be added to the overlay as well.
Can I see, like, where do I see like a list of the ones you think that aren't good?
They're in the staff report. I don't know. I don't have that on this computer right in front of me, so I can't remember that page within the staff report. But it's on the options section.
Is there a definition of a homeless resource center in this document? Okay.
There is in the under attachment A, which is the proposed code.
Okay.
Towards the end, there should be a definition
Toward the end. So, okay, let me just look at that first before I go into that. Page 5.
And Commissioner Scheer, while you look for that, I can answer Commissioner Barrow's question on page 6. There is a list of those zoning districts.
So it's essentially kind of along the question that Commissioner Brenda had, essentially a shelter and the HRC are synonymous. Is that correct? Okay.
Can't find it.
And another question as well. You made a point about the half-mile radius and the 1 mile radius. Could you for me, could you explain that part again as to why you separated them into half and 1 mile?
Yeah, so we wanted to provide an idea of what is within 2 different dimensions that are commonly referred to when people have been talking about separation from other homeless resource centers. And so we looked at a half mile to start, and then we also looked at 1 mile because that is the radius that was in the state code for locating a temporary resource center. And so one of the things that we're trying to do is be somewhat consistent between temporary and permanent. And so we looked at that as part of our analysis at that distance as well as the half mile distance.
Gotcha. And so I guess the main idea would be to try to not be so dense when considering these temporary HRCs.
Well,
Is that-
right. One of the purposes of this entire proposal was to eliminate the concentration that has historically occurred in the city, and also recognizing that that concentration has created situations where certain neighborhoods are dealing with not just the impacts of HRCs, but they're also dealing with the ancillary impacts that are related to homelessness, because an HRC does attract other people to the neighborhood, whether they're using the HRC or not. And I think that's evident. That's the map of that we were showing of the services and things like that. We also actually analyzed where encampments were occurring, and they also reflected that they tend to occur in concentrations around and within relatively close proximity to the HRCs and open spaces.
Okay. And one last question. So would it be correct to assume that if there is a HRC in one particular spot, there likely won't be another one within that mile radius? Is that would be a correct statement?
We think that decision should be a decision for the city council to make. But we don't want to have regulations that would further that concentration and further those resulting inequities in how we're zoned.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So, the definition of a homeless resource center is basically a building or a portion thereof which contains sleeping facilities for those experiencing homeless and operates year-round. It may contain other facilities, blah, blah, blah. There's no sense of a limit on the number of I mean, I know there's a limit in the other part of the deck, but what about a lower limit before it becomes a homeless resource center, when it's just 30 people and it's operating out of a home? I mean, the reason I'm asking about this is not so much the standards of adoption, although there may be a point at which, because we know that oftentimes homeless shelters, a smaller environment might be a better choice for a lot of people who are experiencing homelessness. And yet we tend to go in there and build at 150 or 200, things which not only cause their environmental problems around them, but are not necessarily the best environment for most homeless people. So it would seem to me that there might be some kind of an incentive for a lower number, a 30-person shelter or something like that, below that, for which you don't have to comply with the limitations of the circles, and also that if I locate one, that doesn't automatically mean everyone else around it is now has to be a mile away, and some other things which are less, that are, you don't have to have the room for the fire department, so I mean there may be other things which could make it easier for a provider to provide these services in a small way.
Yeah, I think that definitely is an option. As we were trying to figure out how to proceed with this, given the constraints that we were given on time, as far as time goes, we didn't feel like we actually had the ability to properly research and analyze that. And I say that because of how many potential properties would be potentially available for that. We can have a general idea of what the impacts are, but if we were to apply that to a lot of different zoning districts, it would be really hard to have any idea of what we can expect. And we relied heavily on what the city of Denver did with theirs, and even they admitted that they don't know what that result is yet. And so we were hesitant to go down that path. and because we just don't know. We just don't know what that outcome's going to be. It certainly could be something that the city considers in the future to allow smaller facilities in certain parts of the city.
Or to allow them as a conditional use instead of going through all of this
Right.
rigmarole.
And
take the definition of homeless resettlement or center to be like 150 to 200 or 50 to 200, well, whatever,
Yeah,
units, so that anything below that could be built with a much simpler process.
Right, and the way that this overlay is formatted, it does allow that to happen in the future. So, for example, if the city decided, let's find a way to have smaller resource centers, let's say we take the Denver model where they limited it, like the first stage I think was 10 people, and then 40, and then 80, and then 100 or above 100. Even if we did the under 10, which is consistent with like small group homes and things like that, you could actually just do a text amendment to authorize it in that use in certain zoning districts instead of as a conditional use.
Right.
Instead of necessarily having to go through and actually map the overlay as well.
Right.
So I think that would.
So that would be an alternative to this, going the
it could-
homeless resource center overlay zoning, blah, blah, use.
It could. I think that ultimately if we decide collectively to take that approach, I think it's something that would have to require a lot of community dialogue to figure out what's appropriate, how do we address impacts, and what can we reasonably anticipate, knowing that there's going to be some unknowns, because these types of land uses always have unknowns, and how can we adapt in the future after something is approved. So that's a more extensive analysis and look at that right now, we didn't feel, like I said, we didn't feel like we had the resource to be able to dig that deep into that.
I have a question. I don't want to dominate here, but I have a question about the process, because it seems to me that one of the biggest issues with this whole thing is the amount of time that has to go into this. And you're trying to shorten public hearing time, but it seems to me that the big chunk of time, which we don't control, is the city council time. And so one of the recommendations I might make to city council about the process is to put a stop limit on themselves about how quickly they need to consider this, because I know lots of things that go through here take months. And yet you just said Ivory Homes got their approval, so how did that happen so quickly versus a homeless resource center? I mean, obviously they can do it if they want to do it.
Yeah, and the commission would have, you obviously have that authority to make that recommendation to the city council.
Okay.
For them to consider.
Because they need to act within, 30 days. I mean, there's no real reason for them not to. They have a meeting every, week.
Yeah.
So Nick, I just wanted to have you elaborate on having the policies and procedures for the community group set by the provider. What do you mean by that?
So the code right now requires an HRC to have basically a I can't remember the exact term, but a forum for community members to discuss with them issues associated with the HRC. The idea behind it was to not just be able to discuss those issues, but also to find solutions. And we recognize that sometimes, and I think this body has seen that, sometimes those can be somewhat uncivil. And I'm not saying that they are there, but we think that it's appropriate to, because those are required to be open to the public, that there be, that the provider be able to determine just the normal course of action for those meetings.
Okay, so one of the things that I'm possibly concerned about is, civility. One of the other things I was curious about is if some of those focus groups then come up with solutions that are unviable, right? You mentioned in the last time presentation that holding the HRC accountable for what happens outside of its zone is not appropriate, which I agree with. I understand that. So I'm wondering if those community groups then, in that forum, become, I don't want to say unreasonable, but their demands then become outside of what the HRC controls. If that was part of the impetus for letting them decide the policies. I just want to make sure that their policies are like, yeah, we're going to meet you once a year.
Well, the code requires a certain meetings. They're open to the public and things like that. And the intent really is to allow them to come up with a way to civilly manage meetings.
Okay.
And to address situations where maybe they're not productive because of how individuals may be behaving. But as far as, I lost my train of thought for a moment there, but as far as complaints that are not up to the HRC, the HRCs are required to provide an annual report to the city that discusses the types of complaints that they are receiving. We are actually, we met with operators of an HRC yesterday, and we discussed how we can have more frequent types of check-in meetings with them about those kinds of concerns so that the city can hear what those things are that are outside of the control of the operator, and distribute those to the right entity who can respond and can do something about it, versus this expectation that an operator is going to be responsible for every homeless related issue near them.
I think at least a quarterly report of that would be beneficial.
Yeah, and I think that's what our plan is. This is something that the city of South Salt Lake does with their HRC, and so we want to try to model that so that we can be, well, really so that no one is surprised by anything, and that we can get to issues related to their approval and their conditional use sooner rather than later.
Any more questions for Nick? I do have some public hearing people here, so hang tight if you want.
I'm just going to sit in the chair.
Okay. All right, we will open the public hearing on this item, and I do have 3 cards here, and the first one is Christina Robb, who's the ILPELCO chair. So you'll get 5 minutes. Go to the podium and introduce yourself. Okay, get close to the mic, okay? It needs to be picked up. Could I get you to hang on for just a second? It doesn't seem like the microphone is working. So I'll start your time over in just a minute. Well, or whatever.
Can you just please
Come sit up here. Yeah.
I think the battery.
Well, you all look funny through that glass anyway, so I'm glad to see you from this perspective. All right.
Okay, you can pick up, reintroduce yourself, and then kind of summarize where you were and.
Okay,
we'll go
I
on.
am Christina Robb, and I am the incoming chair for ALPCO. And as I quickly said before, it's been difficult trying to catch up with this process with the rapid time frame when I first met with Nick and Kelsey back in the autumn. Okay, so we want to be clear that we think the process has been incredible. Lots of great engagement. We're not hearing a lot from our constituents because it's happening really fast and people are a little lost by the density and the concept of a zoning change, right? So that said, we support, and it's hard not to support this kind of ideology. The only complaints that we're getting aren't really about the zoning amendment itself. People are concerned about homeless people and the lack of wraparound services. So speaking to what Amy brought up about this is about homeless resource centers, what happens inside the centers. But a lot of the problems don't really fall under these zoning conditions, right? So we're happy that that's going to be thrown back into the laps of elected officials, okay? Moving on, we consider homeless resource centers to be a lot like high schools, where we're busing kids from the west side to like East High School, and the kids that get lost at East High School are the ones that don't have any wraparound services, so they all hang out behind the school and don't get their free education. So that is a concern for our ELPCO residents that we want to make sure that if homeless resource centers are coming in, then people actually get the resources that they need in order to be okay. And we don't see that in Ball Park. We don't see that anywhere in the city at this point. So it's hard for us and for our constituents, meaning people who report to us, to really get our minds around what this process is. So we support all of you in making good decisions about providing equity in the city and not continuing to just mass everything into one spot, under the recommendation that without the wraparound services, are we really going to see any change in the lives of homeless communities and homeless people? And that's all I have to say. Thank you for your service.
Okay, my next card is Janet Hemming. Okay.
It's terrible.
Have a seat up here and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Janet Hemming, Salt Lake resident. Confining homeless shelters to certain West Side neighborhoods creates imbalance and an unfair burden. That should change, but only if there are significant improvements to the way homeless shelters are operated, the quality of services, and most importantly, the safety to tenants and nearby communities. Currently, there are too many deficiencies. You know the statistics. The highest and near highest calls to our police department in 2021 were from the King and Miller homeless shelters. 7% of calls to our fire department also came from those places. Add the ever-increasing burden to parks, civil enforcement, health, libraries, and other city services, and you can see that caring for the homeless presents enormous financial, social, and safety pressures. Salt Lake is a compassionate city. The homeless need our help, but we must also pay attention to safety. If the last 5 years of hosting homeless shelters have taught us anything, it is that we are not well equipped to handle this delicate and vulnerable population and the associated consequences. The mayor said money is an issue. Documents presented to this commission on November 9th disclose that homeless tenants don't often feel safe in our shelters, and they would like to see, quote, less drug use and crime. The documents reveal that our homeless shelters are also magnets for nearby violence, public nudity, mental health issues, crime, and drug use, which spill into our neighborhoods. The November 9th documents shockingly disclose that existing service providers and operators were, quote, unaware of the reporting requirements, meaning they didn't seem to know they were supposed to report to the city and the public about things like safety or even how their tenants were doing. Really? It's been 5 years. Who's holding them accountable? The new homeless shelter regulations are based on these same flawed principles.
Does the Planning Commission merely want to export problems from one part of the city to another? This zoning law should be tabled until greater safety measures can be guaranteed. Thank you.
Thank you. Cindy, your turn.
Okay, I got to ad lib a bit here and say that at the outset, I thought this was going to have to be handled by an outside consultant, and purchasing never could have gotten the job done in the time frame. So I am very grateful that we had the expertise in our own planning staff to deal with this. It's extraordinarily complex, and the public outreach has been tremendous, and it's a good thing we didn't have to go to an outside consultant, because you never would have made the timeline. So first of all, I want to point out that my neighborhoods, Central City and Bryant, are not receiving equitable treatment here. The staff report does mention the East Downtown, which is in Central City, but Central City hosts the Geraldine King HRC, and both Central City and Bryant have abundant group homes, transitional housing, drug treatment facilities, and so forth. One of the many iterations of Odyssey House is next to one of my fourplexes. The residents of the House of Hope walk past my commercial building every day. So I'd like a little modification to the neighborhoods that are heavily impacted by the facilities. Secondly, and I mentioned this in the questionnaire when I filled it out, I look at the proposed timeline for establishing possible sites with dismay. Dealing with real estate in Salt Lake is like being Captain Hook with a crocodile haunting you with tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. I cannot imagine a seller holding his or her breath while a potential buyer goes through the process of finding out if the site will work. And the ambiguity will drain the resources of the well-intentioned organization hoping to get permission. And some of you may remember the proposal for the HRC on Simpson Avenue in Sugar House and the upheaval it caused in that neighborhood. I don't see the proposed timeline working for any of the parties involved, and I worried about whether one of the HRCs would be located near one of my own investments. I seriously worried the whole time until they were cited. So I can't support the ambiguity of the location of the facilities. I completed the questionnaire online, as I indicated, and I said then that I didn't see the proposed timeline working for anyone, not the seller, not the purchaser, and certainly not the residents and business owners. Listening for the tick-tock is really costly as time slips away, and it's not helpful for anyone, especially if the biggest investment you ever made could be undermined. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that wants to speak on that? Come on up and introduce yourself, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Amy J. Hawkins. That's Amy with no E's. I'm chair of the Ballpark Community Council. This plan is progress.
Oh, you're with the community council?
Yes, ma'am. I'm chair of the Ballpark Community
Okay,
Council.
Then you get more time.
Is that so?
Yes, you get 5 minutes.
My goodness.
So there you go.
I'll look at Nick more meaningfully then when I thank him.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you to your staff. I've seen this proposal evolve over time. I went over previous versions of this plan with the Salt Lake Police Department Sergeant Nate Meinzer, who serves as the sergeant over the Gail Miller Homeless Resource Center. He previously served as our community liaison officer. Initially, we were both very concerned about some of the security details in the plan that continue to be issues at the Gail Miller. Blind corners, walls of insufficient height, et cetera. And these seem like small details. But over time, over years, these add up to be known unsafe places on the street, and they really do accumulate, especially on places like Paramount Avenue. We were both delighted to see in the revisions in this proposal that the requirement that HRC buildings and site plans must be reviewed by a certified crime prevention through environmental design professional. That's a big deal. Thank you very much for those revisions. Public comments in the staff report, not ones that I submitted, note that when homeless resource centers were initially presented to our neighborhoods in 2017 or so, planners repeatedly referenced the YWCA location on 300 South as an example of the limited impacts that an HRC would have on the neighborhoods. This turned out to not be the case, is a mild way to put it. That gap is hurting us. My comments tonight are not up to my usual standards because of the repeated fires in the Ballpark neighborhood. We had 5 in 2 weeks, but while I sat here tonight and waited to make public comment, neighbors contacted me to tell me about another one, this time on State Street. And this can't go on. This pains me. I can't tell you how much this weighs on me personally and my neighbors. And I'm sorry to break my composure. I normally can hold it together, but this is so much. We're really physically bearing a heavy burden. I did want to follow up with Commissioner Amy Berry's comments about civility and decorum. I would caution that the interpretation of the rules of decorum in our neighborhood advisory council meetings have been overly strict in the very recent past, prohibiting multiple neighbors from even entering an online meeting, much less breaking any rules of decorum, and that concerns me. I'd like to borrow some comments from ACLU staff counsel Jillian Davis, who said, the dangers of abuse of official discretion over speech have been well documented throughout our history. The saying, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say it, has no place in the healthy political debate that is mandated by the First Amendment. Public comment should be just that, a chance for individual citizens to voice their opinions about the government and their representatives, no matter how critical those opinions might be. In these meetings, we've suggested, for example, to try to find mitigation funding for broken windows in the businesses surrounding the Gail Miller Homeless Resource Center. And this isn't a radical proposal. This is something that Seattle has done for the businesses surrounding some of their homeless resource shelters. Nothing. It hit deaf ears. We were told that there's a Salt Lake City facade grant mechanism, which is about something completely different than broken windows. We support this proposal, but we have concerns and we have burdens. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak? Okay, seeing no one. Oh, the emails.
Yeah.
Are there any emails?
We did receive an email from the Sugar House Community Council, which was placed in your Dropbox earlier. Okay.
Okay,
Perfect.
we saw that one.
And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the reminder. So we closed the public hearing and we're back to Nick.
So, Nick, I would like just some clarification for all of us on kind of, our purview. So we're talking about a text amendment overlay zone, which Planning Commission isn't going to be able to address the breadth of services and operations of the HRC through that. And so I think just to not be mired down in, just to be refocused of what we really can do, what we are doing in our abilities.
Yeah, so because this is a proposal to modify the text of the zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission has full discretion to modify any part of the proposal or any relevant section of the code that regulates homeless shelters or homeless resource centers. So anything within that proposal is open.
Okay.
I'm hoping I'm understanding your question.
are,
Under
and-
under the process where an HRC was a conditional use, you also wouldn't have authority to determine the wraparound services, the support services, and things like that. And because those are separate uses. Now, if somebody were proposing those uses within a HRC, then you can consider those uses, but you would be considering the basically the detrimental impacts of those uses, not whether those services are effective or efficient or anything like that. That is outside of your
That's
purview.
what I was getting at. And I also want to clarify the role that the city plays in that, because I feel like there's a quagmire too of like the state directs a lot of this and the county directs a lot of this. So perhaps I am unclear, but I think I've got it, where what the city's real options are in determining those things. So I feel like a lot of that is out of our hands as a city entity, let alone the planning commission. So
that's accurate.
I like it when I had it right.
And I will also note, and this gets back to one of the questions earlier about the smaller shelters, and when we talk about Denver, it's important to note that Denver is both a city and a county. And so they perform both of those functions, and things that at least here are performed by Salt Lake County, which is a lot of the social services. And the city doesn't provide those. In Denver, it's a different form of government. And so I think that's an important thing to keep in mind when we compare what other cities may be doing. We also have to consider their structure and how they handle those things, because it's not always relatable.
I think that's true. So in absence of like really knowing all the code that you've referenced, what is in this overlay text amendment can or is applicable to think about in terms of the failure of providing all of these services and this new model that hasn't really lived up to the hype that the state and the county gave us? I don't know the code as well as I don't really know it at all. So what is, where's that overlap to this text amendment? I think that's where I'm also struggling is how much this text amendment does or does not address those. And it's fine if they don't, but it's nice to articulate it.
Yeah, so the way that the code helps address those other services is they are classified as different types of land uses under our definition of code. Sometimes they're health care, sometimes they're various social care. But generally those uses, and if you think back to about a year ago when the Planning Commission considered some text changes, particularly it was under the Tech Lake City text changes. Prior to that, a lot of our healthcare services were related to institutional uses, and we separated those out to allow them in more zoning districts so that they can be located in more parts of the city and provide those services in more areas. It wasn't necessarily intended to help homeless services, but it does. And so some of those changes have been made so that those services can be located in more parts of the city than where they have traditionally been allowed by zoning.
So do you think that this overlay text amendment is sufficient in its relationship to the code, in relationship to those land uses that that are coming up in the comments?
Yeah, so the role of zoning is to basically regulate how the land is used. It doesn't guarantee that those uses are going to exist, right?
True.
It's to identify
or how well they will operate.
Exactly.
Just
it's
so they
simply to
can
say,
be there.
hey, this type of use might be needed in this location in the city. Zoning should allow it. And if zonings allow it, what's the right way based on what those reasonably anticipated impacts are.
So does this the overlay text amendment in front of us, do you feel that those land uses of those services that are being brought up in those comments are allowed in the areas that this overlay text amendment then looks to disperse the concentration of HRCs.
To a degree, because of how we're zoned and so much of our land is zoned for low density residential in this city, it really does limit those non-residential uses. And that's a reality that we're going to have to face. And ultimately it requires some changing and rethinking about how we view mixed use in the city. But right now, those types of uses are allowed in all the commercial zones and in the institutional zones. Those are spread out throughout the city. They're not as pervasive as other zoning districts, and they're competing with land uses that tend to more than likely be more profitable. And so it's really hard for those service providers to find locations for those types of services. But that's a bigger picture thing, and that requires rezoning properties or allowing different uses in a lot of our residential zones in order to do that.
You don't think an
That's a
overlay
very
text amendment is appropriate for that?
well. No, because we haven't gotten into discussing all of those various services. And I think that that's a much broader discussion about when we're talking about generally how we're zoned as a city, right? That's a totally different discussion.
So when are you planning to tackle that discussion?
Well, we're talking about rezoning the city. That is a very complicated and very long-term discussion that I think ultimately has to come from the elected officials.
Oh, good, I like that. So then basically if we were going to disperse the HRC concentration so that we're not heavily, focusing on certain neighborhoods, and a provider found a location and they want to do it in a certain area that doesn't allow, the land use table doesn't allow for some of the services to be provided, is there a mechanism for them to then petition to have those be uses, or would they have to do a whole rezone of that particular?
So one of the things that this does is that one of the factors to consider is the proximity to those other services, and if they're not proximate, how are people going to get to them?
Okay.
The other thing, and this gets back to the definition, is that if a service provider chooses to provide those other related services, they can provide them within the HRC as well. That's a much different conversation as far as funding and size and land area needed to accommodate that. But the definition does allow those ancillary services to be there.
Within, and so it wouldn't necessarily have to be treated as an exception or a special petition if they did that within, or if they're within a certain certain distance from that service elsewhere.
Or if they have a transportation plan. There are like homeless shelter HRC campuses in other parts of the country where they have pretty extensive transportation programs to deliver people to the services instead of delivering the services to the people.
So what this comes down to for me, I think, is that the opportunity to provide a better model is going to exist with this text overlay amendment. Whether the county or the state or the provider push for that is out of our control and out of our purview, but they have the opportunity. We're not adding obstacles or impediments for them to do that.
Right.
In this.
I think that's probably a correct statement.
Okay. Thank you.
So I have a couple questions. So as an architect, I'm responsible for health, safety, and welfare of the community when I do projects. And, one of the things we look at is the fire department has to sign off on fire lanes or else I don't get to build my project. Trees are the same way, right? We just went through that. You have to get permission to remove trees. How do we look at this in a similar way where you have maybe a healthcare professional or mental health professional that would sign off on, yes, they're meeting these standards, they can do the project, they can, have these services, they're required as part of this type of a project, just like a fire lane, just like tree removal, like this is a service, that we're approving. And I think having somebody that's an expert in that to help these people to kind of develop these programs might be a benefit. Is there a
All,
way to
all
do
of those types of technical reviews still occur.
Yeah.
So it's just they're occurring as part of that consideration of applying the overlay. So somebody who is applying for this is going to have some much more detail in terms of plans than someone who's just going through a zoning map would have to have.
Right.
The idea is that we're taking a comprehensive look at it all at once instead of in different phases.
Right. Okay.
Questions? A motion?
So I think there's general discussion as well. I do like Brenda's suggestion that there may be some limit on, above which we have, 50 or more people, that we define a homeless resource center. We don't know for a fact it will work, but we know some of the problems are coming from concentrated poverty. And if you deconcentrated the poverty, I mean, it stands like balance. Again, we don't know it's going to work, but I feel like we can't wait. It's hard to design a randomized control trial on these things, and it seems like a reasonable approach, and hopefully that is more expensive for providers, so it means fewer beds, right? And that's just the sort of reality of this, is that if they have to keep it below 50 to not have to go through this extensive process, it means fewer beds. But my suspicion is, regardless of how we vote on this, if council will, if they don't get another option, they may extend the moratorium longer. They have that option. They've not said they're going to use it. But anyway, I would be sympathetic to something like that.
I've been thinking about this, and I think 40 is a better number, but I don't know why, but just because of the density of something. But also, I might add a recommendation to the council that's maybe not part of the text amendment itself, that they make a policy or a requirement to expedite the timing of their hearing after the planning commission of no longer than 90 days, or their vote no longer than 90 days, which gives them plenty of time to do it. I mean, they're now doing it at 240 days or something like that, which is ridiculous. So
do you want to make a motion with that?
Huh?
Do you want to make a motion with that?
Okay. Sure. Where is the motion sheet? Here it is. Okay. Based on the information presented and the discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council adopt this proposal with the following modifications. Number one, that all homeless shelters of less than 40 beds be exempt from this process and be approved under existing conditional use requirements. Number two, that the city council create a policy or requirement to expedite the approvals or disapprovals of a zoning amendment to within 90 days from the approval by the planning commission.
I'll second that.
Can I ask a question? What's the current rule if a small shelter is there isn't one that you just can't have one?
They're all considered the same, with a max of 200 people.
So if we do this amendment, could you have one with 40 people in it? Or is that they're not allowed right now?
The question I was gonna, the council would have to adopt something before they're allowed, right? So the only thing that's allowed right now are the ones that are existing, and they're allowed to go through various processes if they choose to expand their area and things like that. But the question I would have on that motion is if there's certain zoning districts that you think that those are appropriate in, or are you saying any zoning district, if there's under 40, that it would be a conditional use?
I wouldn't want it next door to me, but, I'll be willing to come down to planning commission and
be civil in my disagreement.
How How many beds does that smallest, the VA's women?
I'm not
Volunteers of
exactly
America.
sure. It's in a converted house, if that gives you any idea.
Has 10? What? How many beds are in
Yeah,
it?
it's
I tried to
it's
look
a
it up.
bungalow, so it's not very many. It's really small.
1,000 square foot house?
Less than that.
Under 8? They don't have.
Yeah.
They're not going to post that information online.
Yeah, I
So,
couldn't find it.
yeah.
I usually see about 5 sitting
Like-
in, like, because they have meetings in the yard, and there's usually about 5 people. So
Okay.
it's just
Personal
I'm very
experience, huh?
I'm very close to the. Well,
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Okay.
Can we just clarify the 39 limit? We would approve it in any zoning district, period? Or we would recommend they approve it or any zoning
It would
district?
be a conditional use
Conditional
in every
use
zoning unit.
in
except-
any zoning district.
Except the M1 and M, whatever the ones that this was not in.
Conditional use in any zoning district. You don't, so, I want to be a little bit,
Okay, any zoning unit that already has
maybe multifamily?
a family or a residential.
Are you sure you want to say it that way?
So it could be next door to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So by being a conditional use, you would have to have a public hearing and everything.
The whole condition has to follow the conditions.
So you would, yeah.
You know,
Okay, so I
have to be created.
So, okay, one thing I did really like about the current proposal was the sort of design with security, and I would almost want to retain that for the smaller shelters, because it seems like there's a lot of research that people have drawn on sort of how to reduce crime in these facilities, and I don't know whether we could. Again, I think they're already reducing crime a lot by having small shelters, but whether we could also adopt that for smaller sort of shelters, because it seems like that's a sort of low-cost thing. I hope it's low cost. Maybe I'm wrong, but
That's relatively low.
Could be. So that is something that would apply to all HRCs or homeless shelters, regardless of size.
so just sorry if I'm a bit slow here. It's been a long meeting. So the conditional use process, they would still have to meet that standard.
That's correct. It's a requirement.
So for the new constructed facilities, they meet all these standards, but they don't have to go through this zoning change, basically. They wouldn't have to apply and go through this long process it would be a zoning map. It would be conditional use. Okay.
Yep. Based on that motion, that would be correct.
It would be the same security and operations plan.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Okay, are we all clear? Any other questions? So this is Brenda's motion with two addition. Would you reiterate the motion, please? You can do it, Brenda. I know you can.
I have it written down.
Thank you.
Do you want me to reiterate it for you? Okay. That any homeless resource center with 40 beds or less could go through a conditional use process and not be subject to the zoning map amendment overlay. The second one, that the city council come up with a policy for an actual requirement to expedite, make a decision on any zoning map amendment for the homeless resource center overlay in 90 days from the approval, from the recommendation from the planning commission. Does
Got that right.
Sum it up for you?
So much better than what
I think part of that was limiting the conditional use in zones that allow residential uses.
Right.
Oh, to multifamily and.
No residential, all residential, any residential.
No, it
Sounds like a big number.
All residential zoning districts or residential zoning districts that allow multifamily?
Well, it's a conditional use. It's going to have a hard time anyway.
I'm sorry, could you speak into your microphones?
So did everyone hear?
All residential, I think, is the motion, correct?
Like that?
40, it feels like 40 is a big number if, like if this other one that's really small that has like 6 people is already, under all this scrutiny and stuff like that.
Don't you think it'll also then self-regulate the size?
I have no idea.
But this becomes then the equity issue if we exclude everybody who's in
Well,
a
it'll only fit in
privileged
certain
residential
zones because
area.
of the size. You can't fit 40 people in a single family home, so it's not gonna.
Right, they're still going to be subject to all the zoning requirements.
Yeah,
Like
but-
setbacks and height and blah, 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 size.
I'm not saying you're right.
I don't think they're. I think that it seems like to me the things that are in the Homeless Resource Center text amendment are good things, like good things to consider, right? Like they protect the people who live there and the people who live around it and the people who are providing services. Like there's a thoughtfulness to it, and to say, you can be a little more loosey-goosey with it under 40 people. 40 people sounds, or 40 beds sounds like a lot to me. But maybe that's, 10 families, because it's kids too, So maybe it's not. If you're fine with it, I'm fine.
I think it,
I think ultimately we're making a recommendation to the city council. They'll do what they feel is correct. So we're not voting to approve or, we're just passing it on to the next step.
One thing that I can add about the number is that anytime there's a change of use, and this would be considered a change of use, that the occupancy is going to be determined mostly by the building code and the fire code of how many people may fit in there. So that takes into consideration emergency egress to get out, the square footage of rooms, the windows in rooms, all of those kinds of things. And so not every structure would be able to accommodate, even if it's a reuse, that number. So just something to hopefully consider as part of that.
Is there a reason why you didn't why you guys didn't recommend a lower number?
Yeah, and that's what I was discussing earlier when because we were given a time constraint to do it. We have no idea, and peer cities who have already done that also don't know what the impacts are because they haven't had anything go through it. We were somewhat uncomfortable taking that approach.
So I was going to second this. I just have one more question. So the conditional use does remove the density. It's not going to be counted being so close to other centers as an issue. It's just going to be exempt from that, or is it still going to count towards?
As it's written, there's not a buffer separation from other facilities.
Okay. So I'll second.
I think we already had a second.
Oh,
so
you already
I
had one.
I had it.
Well, that was-
I appreciate that.
That was a very long motion.
I
so.
appreciate that. Mike,
Yeah.
Mike was right on it.
Okay.
So are we clear on what the motion is now? Are we okay? Are we ready to vote?
Yeah.
John,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Brenda,
Yes.
Andreas.
I will deposit my confidence on staff. Hopefully things work out the way that we're hoping. So yes.
Andra.
yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Amy Burrows.
Yes.
Amy Berry.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. So you get 9 positive votes and to recommend it to the planning commission or the council. So we move on to item 6, landscaping regulation modifications necessary to qualify for rebates.
Oh, can I jump in?
Okay, 5 minutes. I think somebody already left.
Yes.
So, Nick, if you need a 5-minute break. Excuse me. let's wrap this up, then we can all talk a lot.
Hopefully this can be relatively quick. This is a proposal that is necessary for residents of Salt Lake City to continue to be eligible for various rebate programs. There's two significant rebate programs offered in the state of Utah. One is something that was a pilot program that was funded by the state through the Department of Natural Resources, and the other was through the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. The primary one is that Central Utah Water Conservancy District one, and they are modifying their rebate program. And in order for anyone to be eligible for a rebate, they have to be in a city that has adopted certain landscape provisions in their code. That's what this is about. It's important to note that they primarily do two things: limit the use of turf and conserve water. And for these programs, so right now, the one that is offered, that is through the Department of Natural Resource, no one in Salt Lake City is eligible for because our code doesn't meet their requirements. But the Central Utah Water Conservancy District, Salt Lake City residents are the single largest user of those rebates by far. We don't know the numbers, that's just what they told us. So I don't know how many. This is a summary of what those rebate programs are. $5 million for the Department of Natural Resource. You get $1 a square foot of turf that you take out and replace. The Central Utah Water Conservancy District is even more generous. You get $1.25 per square foot. This program is changing on March 1st, 2023. And to get it, you have to be in an eligible city, like I said. And we were informed in July of last year that they were going to be modifying the program. They had a draft ordinance that was intended not necessarily to be adopted, but for local codes to include certain parameters. That was finalized in October, and so here we are. Here's what happens with this. So we have to identify when they're applicable. They would be applicable to land use applications, those things that come to the Planning Commission. For certain site improvements, so for non-residential uses and multifamily, outdoor recreation areas and uses are exempt. So single and two family, what this proposal does is that it limits the amount of turf any new development can have to 35% of the landscaped area. And anyone gets at least 250 square feet of sod, regardless of your yard size. That's a hold harmless clause for really small lots. Multifamily is limited to 20% of any landscaped area. That includes common areas. All other uses are limited to no more than 20%. Again, active recreation areas, like in the picture, are sports fields, parks, things like that are exempt from it. There are other two provisions in here that are related to sod, is that sod is prohibited in any landscaped area that is less than 8 feet. That is because the sprinkler heads necessary to water sod generally can't go smaller than that without overspray or wasting water. And also on slopes over 25%, we actually have a provision in our code already, but it as a steeper slope. So this modifies that, and the reason it's at 25% is because water tends to run off slopes like that, but faster than it can be absorbed by the turf. There's also requirements for certain trees. This is something that we added. It's not a requirement in this code, but it's very important to the city that trees have access to water. And the other two requirements in the code are that that mulch be provided in areas that aren't covered by some other material, and that in those situations where we require controllers for irrigation systems, that they have a WaterSense controller. WaterSense is actually a certification that's issued by it's a federal agency, I can't remember what, but it essentially is a controller that automatically can accommodate for the weather. So if it rains, it shuts it off. And that is the end of my presentation, but I will add one caveat. We are also in the process of redoing our entire landscape code for a lot of these, to achieve a lot of these same purposes. However, because the rebate program, we have to have something in place by March 1st of 2023, we pulled these things out to run them quicker so that we don't have as small of a gap, or hopefully no gap, in a time when we're, so our residents are always eligible. So you can look forward to much more extensive simplification of our landscape code to promote water conservation, address heat island issues, effects, and storm drainage coming. That's it.
So this is for all new residential?
For new development.
New
right?
development.
Or when somebody is re-landscaping a site where they are required to submit a landscape plan. Not all, like a single-family home
Right.
doesn't have to submit a landscape plan.
Right.
But it would if somebody, for example, in a planned development is building 3 new homes, these would apply.
Okay.
Are there any incentives for like drip irrigation over sprinklers?
What's that?
Are there any incentives for drip irrigation over sprinklers?
So that's
that-
a requirement of the rebate programs, is that
Okay.
they have appropriate watering systems.
Okay, because yeah, sprinklers
Not-
just,
in
they
fact,
just spray into the air.
The overhead
most of the
spray
time.
is you're not eligible for rebate if you use those.
Great. Okay.
So generally speaking, Nick, residential, single lot residential wouldn't be eligible for a rebate at all?
Only if if we don't make these changes to the code, they would not be eligible for rebate. They currently are. This rebate program changes on March 1st, and if we don't have the code changes adopted by then, they would not be eligible until we have the code adopted.
But you can take out your graph.
Yeah. Yeah. The intent is that they will, all property in the city is eligible. The Department of Natural Resource one is only, I think, related to residential uses. Central Utah Water Conservancy District is all uses. So it applies if you own a business and you've got sod in your front yard, you want to take it out, you're eligible for that rebate if it meets those parameters.
And it's $1 a square foot, is that?
Central Utah Water Conservancy District is $1.25 a square foot, up to a maximum. They both have max. And then the Department of Natural Resource ones, once we become an eligible city, is $1 a square foot. It's possible the legislature may change that this year. It was a pilot program, so we'll see how it goes.
And could a single resident get both rebates from both entities?
That I do not know. I don't think so, but I'm not 100% sure.
Is it retroactive?
It is not.
Zero
In
escape
fact,
in
you have to
2005.
have a pre-inspection to verify that you actually have turf.
I wouldn't pass.
It does.
It's been 17 years. I was just ahead of the curve. I zero escaped 17 years
Sod
ago.
to the
so.
city, and you have to drop it off to get your rebate. They weigh it.
We need to have a public hearing.
Okay. Hang tight for a second. So we will open the public hearing on this item. Oh, I see someone who would like to speak. Come on up, Cindy.
So I didn't turn in a card, but I'm still Cindy Cromer, and there are a couple of facts that you might want to know about and the staff might want to include in forwarding your recommendation. One is that Sandy City just recently adopted these changes. Their city council did. I didn't go. I don't know what they adopted, but it was to address this rebate issue. And the other thing is that the water check program, which Salt Lake City participates in, actually has the percentage of turf in the lots for people who participated in the water check program. Now, that's a voluntary program, and obviously a program where the people who have requested a water check are interested in conserving water. So it's a bias sample, but we do have data on how much of the lots in Sandy and Salt Lake are turf and not turf. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? You're here, you can speak. Okay. Okay, seeing no one else wants to speak.
No emails.
And there's no emails. Okay. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission.
Yeah, I'll make a motion.
Go ahead, Amy.
Based on the information presented and this discussion, I move that the commission recommend that the city council adopt this proposal.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Amy Burrows and a second by Mike. Amy Berry.
Yes.
Amy Burrows.
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Andra,
Yes.
Andreas,
I'll vote yes.
Brenda,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
and John.
Yes.
And the chair will also vote yes. So you have 9 votes for and it passes. Okay, I will adjourn this meeting. Look, I got the big
Yay.
gavel.
Let's thank Rick for his Christmas goodies.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for being Santa Claus.